Dear colleagues, good afternoon. The sitting is open. This afternoon, the agenda calls for the second round of the election of a Council of Europe Commissioner for Human Rights and a judge to the European Court of Human Rights in respect of Bulgaria. In the second round, a relative majority applies. In the event of a tie, there will be a third round of voting and, if necessary, further rounds until a decision is reached. The list of candidates and biographical notices for the election of the Council of Europe Commissioner for Human Rights are to be found in document 15870, and an opinion from the Subcommittee on Human Rights on the Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights in document 15885, addendum 2. The list of candidates and biographical notices for the election of a judge to the European Court of Human Rights in respect of Bulgaria can be found in documents 15867, and an opinion from the Committee on the Election of the Judges to the European Court of Human Rights in document 15885, addendum 3. The voting will take place in the foyer in front of the hemicycle. The votes will be open from 2:30 p.m. to 6 p.m. Each political group has appointed a teller according to the rules. The tellers are Madame Marietta Karamanli, Mr. Sergei Vlasenko, Mr. Kamal Jafarov, Madame Fresco Rolfo, Mrs. Rola Castel. Laura. I would like to remind them that they will have to be in the room set aside for this purpose at 6 p.m. The results of the votes will be announced, if possible, before the close of today's sitting. I now declare the ballot open, and we continue our work in the meantime. We have a point of order. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. For the records, I would like to make an amendment to my voting of yesterday's debate on recent developments in the Middle East for the records. My intention was to reject this resolution. However, I accidentally pushed the green button during the vote of resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now hear an address by Mr. Daniel Risch, Prime Minister of Liechtenstein. After his address, Prime Minister Risch will take questions from the floor. Dear colleagues, on our agenda this afternoon, I have told you that we have the honor and pleasure of welcoming the Prime Minister of Liechtenstein, Mr. Daniel Risch. After his intervention, Mr. Risch has kindly accepted to reply to questions from the members. Mr. Prime Minister, we are particularly happy to have you among us today at a period where your country is so successfully chairing the Committee of Ministers, guided by the motto, united by our values towards a better future for the needs of all. I would also like to greet the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Education and Sport of Liechtenstein and President of the Committee of Ministers, Mrs. Dominique Hassler, who is present with us today, and I look forward to her communication tomorrow morning. Among the priorities chosen by your presidency are the protection and promotion of human rights, democracy and the rule of law, strengthening the European Court of Human Rights and providing support for Ukraine. There is also the implementation of the decision taken at the 4th Summit of Heads of State and Governments of the Council of Europe, how to end the war of aggression and deliver justice in Ukraine, how to oblige us all to Reykjavik principles of democracy, how to make the Istanbul Convention really the golden standard in protecting rights and lives of women and girls, and how to deliver on environmental human rights. Much is on our plate as your country is at the helm of the Council of Europe, coinciding also with the 75th anniversary of its creation. I now have the honor to give you the floor, Mr. Prime Minister.
Dear President of the Parliamentary Assembly, dear Secretary General of the Parliamentary Assembly, dear Secretary General of the Council of Europe, dear members of the Parliamentary Assembly, Excellencies, dear guests. Many small people in many small places doing many small things can change the the world. This African proverb means a lot to me. Aren't we all small or little in a sense? All of us are merely individuals living and acting in small places. Strasbourg, like most places in the world, is a small place too, if you look at it individually. And only if in many small places, many people do many things, a greater movement can and will happen. Just recently, I attended a church service and the priest talked about scientific findings outlining that this planet, Mother Earth, has been inhabited by 107 billion human beings up to the present day. Currently, as we all know, there are around 8 billion people on this planet. 640 million in them living in the countries we represent in Europe. 107 billion is truly an impressive number. However, it is a historic number, indicative of the past, the generations before us. But shouldn't we focus on the generations to come, the hopefully infinite number of people living on this planet after us? I believe, no, I am convinced that our desire to shape the world, or at least Europe, with our decisions for future generations is the reason why all of us, all of you, decided to pursue a career in politics. When talking about the past and about the future, I would like to add an additional aspect to the African proverb I mentioned at the very beginning of my remarks. The phrase, "do many small things," includes a particular significant element, the verb do. Significant because we can only do things right now. We might be able to plan or aim to do things in the future, but we are only actually able to take action in the present. Equally, we are not able to change what we did or did not do in the past, even if we may regret our decisions and now need to bear the consequences. So, all we have is now. I myself decided to give a speech that matters to me here in this room today, and that is what I'm doing right now. All of you in this room are free to decide on what you want to do in this very moment as well. You could interrupt me by yelling, "Yes, you're right," or even, "Please stop, I think you're wrong." Or you can, what I personally would appreciate most, listen and connect with what I say. The decision is all yours. Having said this, let me continue with a small place I call home. Some of you have already had the opportunity to visit Liechtenstein when the Standing Committee of the Parliamentary Assembly met our capital, Vaduz, last November. I hope that the rest of you will get the chances as well. It definitely is a place where many people do many things. A place where we feel as proud Europeans too, and a place where we know that only if we interact, work together and engage, we can be successful. This also brings me to our current presidency of the Committee of Ministers and the term multilateralism. Over the last few years, headlines repeatedly proclaimed that multilateralism is dead. Some journalists and scholars put a question mark at the end of the sentence, which is a little more encouraging, I find, but the somber spirit remains the same. Liechtenstein very much relies on the effective functioning of the international rules-based order. Multilateralism is one of our lifelines. Statements like these therefore worry me, particularly in my role as a Prime Minister of Liechtenstein. With a surface area of 160 square kilometers and a population of 40,000 citizens, Liechtenstein can be considered to be a small place. but a great one at the same time. Let me emphasize that geographical size is not indicative of the impact the state can have, particularly in multilateral fora. Liechtenstein has proven this time and again, be it in the Council of Europe, the United Nations, or the European Economic Area. The multilateral system faces multiple threats. The core values of the Council of Europe, human rights, democracy, and the rule of law are increasingly challenged. The present seems to be characterized by aggressive power politics, anti-democratic tendencies, growing nationalism, and disregard of the rule of law and the rules-based international order. Tragically, we have seen what can happen when these threats escalate. The Russian aggression against Ukraine serves as a painful example for the culmination of the mentioned elements. Particularly in times like these, the Council of Europe and its core principles prove not only important, but urgently necessary. Let me reiterate Liechtenstein's continued solidarity with Ukraine and its people. After almost 2 years of war, it is unimaginable what the people of Ukraine have had to endure in their places. We honor their unbreakable spirit. In these current times, we are reminded that multilateral organizations such as the Council of Europe play a critical role in promoting peace and stability. Aggressive power politics must not prevail. Those challenging our common commitments must be held accountable. With the establishment of the Register of Damage, the Council of Europe has taken a critical first step towards ensuring accountability for the Russian aggression. On the way forward, it remains of critical importance that the crime of aggression is investigated and prosecuted, and that all those responsible are held to account. There will be no peace without justice. Initiatives like these underline the importance of multilateral cooperation once again. As member states of the Council of Europe, we all are connected through our common commitment to multilateralism and the principles of human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. And as member states, it is our shared obligation to do our utmost to safeguard those principles. Important to mention that we do this not only for our benefit in this room, but for the people in our countries, the people we represent. This is, of course, also the case with our memberships in other multilateral organizations. In the United Nations, Liechtenstein has repeatedly proven that even the geographical small can make a difference. In 2022, Liechtenstein championed the so-called veto initiative. The use of the veto in the United Nations Security Council has increased significantly over the past years, with far-reaching consequences on the work and effectiveness of the United Nations. The broader UN membership in the General Assembly has a legitimate interest and a political responsibility to address situations in which the use of the veto leads to paralysis in the decision-making of the Security Council that carries out its function on their behalf. With the veto initiative, Liechtenstein sought to strengthen inclusive multilateralism and to provide a mechanism to ensure accountability between the organs of the United Nations. With this initiative, the General Assembly mandates a formal meeting every time a veto is cast in the Security Council, allowing for the broader UN membership to express its views. The veto is not the last word anymore, but the starting point of a broad discussion. We are proud that the resolution establishing the veto initiative was ultimately adopted by consensus, sending an important message in support of multilateralism. By enhancing the role of the General Assembly, the veto initiative took an important step towards strengthening inclusive multilateralism and the international rule of law. In Liechtenstein, we tend to take such a pragmatic approach in other areas as well. We are doers, not talkers, and as such, we prefer to implement standards before we adorn ourselves with labels that entail the ratification of conventions, for example. In Liechtenstein, we are pragmatists, not only because this is the mindset that has proven successful in the past, but also because we have to. Being a small place, a very active one I may emphasize, translates to limited resources and a lean state administration. We maintain efficient processes and put tailored and pragmatic solutions at the center of our policy making. I therefore often speak of an entrepreneurial way of running a state. Liechtenstein has always considered itself quintessentially multilateral. The world does not stop at our borders. Only together we can effectively address the challenges ahead. The Council of Europe and the United Nations are not the only organizations or collaborations we are part of or engage on a daily basis. The customs treaty we share with Switzerland is an excellent example for this. For more than 100 years, Liechtenstein has been part of the Swiss customs area. The customs treaty has created a strong foundation for relations between Liechtenstein and Switzerland, which today affects many areas of life. Through its membership in the European Economic Area, Liechtenstein is also integrated in the European single market, the world's largest internal market, encompassing 30 states and around 500 million people. This has proven immensely important, not only for Liechtenstein's economy, but also for the overall prosperity and security of our country. For 30 years now, the European Economic Area ensures a level playing field through the application of homogeneous rules and of accompanying policies in the areas of competition, environment, climate action, and social policy. It also facilitates Liechtenstein's cooperation with our EEA partners, Iceland, Norway, and the European Union in the field of research, technological development, environment, culture, education, health, and civil protection. Well before joining the European Economic Area, however, Liechtenstein became a member of the Council of Europe. Last year, we celebrated the 45th anniversary of our membership. What a fitting time for us to take over the presidency of the Committee of the Ministers. We took over the presidency last November. Tomorrow, Liechtenstein's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Education and Sports, and my dear colleague, Dominique Hasler, will address you in her role as President of the Committee of Ministers. She will further elaborate how Liechtenstein, also in this role, continues to take a principled position in support of multilateral cooperation and the core principles of the Council of Europe. Liechtenstein's membership in the Council of Europe has helped to further secure our sovereignty and to extend our international recognition as an independent state. With our membership, we receive a seat at the table in this European community of values. It offered us the opportunity to actively contribute both to the development of new European standards and to the protection of human rights, democracy, and the rule of law in all of Europe. A responsibility we take very seriously. It also allowed us to grow and progress with our common standards. Since the Ministry of Finance is part of my responsibilities as a Prime Minister, let me highlight just one area in particular: fighting money laundering and terrorism financing. For a number of years now, Liechtenstein has put particular significance to the fight against money laundering and terrorist financing, and in doing so follows the international standards of the Financial Action Task Force, the FATF. The government, the authorities and the financial market participants are aware of their respective central roles in the effective fighting against money laundering and terrorist financing. not least due to our membership in the Council of Europe and in Moneyval. The determined adoption and implementation of international standards is an important part of this. Liechtenstein's approach is based not only on the implementation of international requirements, but primarily on the certainty that the effective fight against abuse is a competitive advantage for the financial centre, in addition to the quality of services and the general conditions. Moneyval's latest assessment confirmed Liechtenstein's targeted measures and high overall compliance. As a consequence, Liechtenstein is considered to be eligible for the regular follow-up process, becoming one of only 5 member jurisdictions with this outcome so far. Moneyval recognizes the progress made by Liechtenstein to combat money laundering and terrorist financing. The report makes it very clear that the decisions taken in the past were the right ones. We will, of course, continue to consistently pursue this path. Multilateralism and implementing the standards we set together, therefore, not only serves the so-called greater good, but ultimately also benefits us. With our planned membership in the International Monetary Fund, the IMF, later this year, Liechtenstein again strives for more multilateralism, not less, both for the benefit of others and ourselves. Of course, multilateralism is not always easy, and certainly not always pleasant. Ultimately, however, it benefits us all, and we need to emphasize this aspect today more than ever. Implementing standards that we set together as a European or an international community through multilateral fora leads to progress and stability. History has proven this time and time again. I had the opportunity to attend the 4th Summit of Heads of States and Government of the Council of Europe in Reykjavik in May last year. We stood together against Russia's aggressive power politics, and we sent an important and powerful signal in support of multilateralism. We recommitted to the Council of Europe and its core principles. Now it is upon us to work together to ensure that these become not just empty words. The European Court of Human Rights is a critical ally in this endeavour. As such, it acts as the principal safeguard to protect our values and to guarantee that Europe remains a continent of democratic societies guided by the rule of law. As member states, we have the obligation to ensure the full, effective and prompt execution of all judgments of the court and to respect its case law. Contrary actions undermine the authority and functioning of the convention system, and they pose a dangerous threat to our rules-based order. Let us not go down this path. Before I conclude, I would like to once again come back to the proverb I mentioned at the beginning of my speech. Many small people in many small places doing many small things can change the world. I tried to give you an insight in how we, in our small place, do many things for our people, but also to make Europe and the world a better place. But we cannot do this alone. This is the reason we are here today, at the United Nations tomorrow, and in Brussels just next week. Multilateralism is not dead, not even with a question mark. It does, however, certainly face multiple threats and challenges in the current times. The good news is that it is in our hands to reverse them and to take a different path. Collectively, we must do our utmost to preserve multilateralism. It is up on us. So let us make the most out of our now. Thank you.
Prime Minister, thank you for your most interesting speech, and I would like to inform you now that members of the Assembly have questions to put to you. We will first hear questions from the speakers on behalf of the political groups and then hear a response from Prime Minister Risch to those questions. Please, will the speakers limit their intervention to 30 seconds? And I want to remind the colleagues that they should ask questions and not make speeches. First is on behalf of the Socialists, Democrats and Greens, Mrs. Liis Christoffersen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Prime Minister, the application for membership in the Council of Europe of Kosovo is important, especially for the people of Kosovo, who should also benefit from all that the Council of Europe can offer on human rights, democracy and rule of law. If the opinion of our Assembly is adopted in April, will the government of Liechtenstein facilitate so that the issue of membership can be on the agenda at the ministerial meeting in May? Thank you.
Prime Minister, you have the floor. Our apologies. This is actually not our
As I
assembly.
said, we are pragmatists in Liechtenstein. So thank you for your question on the accession or the application of Kosovo. As you all know, an official application for the membership was received in May 2022. Now we're moving on in this topic. We know there are different views on the entering of Kosovo to the Council of Europe. Our national point we already made, and we are very clear on that, but we think it needs well prepared and good decision by all of you to move forward. So we will do our part in the presidency and bring it in when it's ready. Thank you.
Mrs. Andrea Eder-Gisthaler from EPP. It looks like we have a problem today. Please press the button for the mic or change mic. Thank you.
Sehr geehrter Herr Präsident.
President, thank you very much. Prime Minister, I am also from a small country, as you mentioned earlier on, your neighboring country, and we have a good neighborly relationship with you, and we support together multilateralism. Now, you mentioned the project of human rights, taking it very seriously and implementing it there, and this is a fundamental principle in the Council of Europe. To move forward on this particular front, what sort of issues are you going to emphasize in strengthening human rights and policies surrounding it, not only in Liechtenstein, but throughout Europe as well? And what is the situation right now with regard to Russian capital or investments in Liechtenstein? In your mention of the fight against money laundering, how does this all fit in? Thank you very much.
Prime Minister, would you like to respond?
Yeah. Thank you for your question. I will answer in German. Ja, vielen Dank für diese Frage.
Thank you very much for this question from the neighboring country. As concerns human rights in Liechtenstein, of course, we always focus on what can be improved. We've adopted the various conventions as well, and of course the various European Court of Human Rights rulings have been implemented. We have an open discussion and exchange on this particular issue as far as what can be done in order to improve human rights throughout. And we've made a number of important steps forward. And I think that Liechtenstein, I would say, is always on the right path on this particular trajectory. But there's always something that can be done. There are always improvements that can be made. And of course, we focus on those particular issues. Now, Liechtenstein, from the very start, all sanctions which have been imposed by Europe have been implemented from the very start. And of course, we've frozen all Russian assets. There are some that still have to be dealt with, and that is an issue, of course. There's also the issue of confiscation and further use of those particular funds as well. There are a number of different legal intricacies that are involved there. They have to be discussed and ironed out. But of course, we are open to discussion and we're ready to move forward on this particular issue as well. Thank you very much.
Mrs. Eka Sepasvili from European Conservatives.
Dear Prime Minister, you have mentioned in your speech that peace and security is one of the issues where Council of Europe plays its prominent role, and it is important in promoting these issues. At the same time, Liechtenstein presidency announced these issues as a priority issues, and these issues were priority for other countries in previous years, for Georgia, Italy, Ireland, Iceland, Hungary, and so on. So my question is regarding what kind of actions or additional mechanisms should Council of Europe introduce in order to keep youth interested or make them involved in work of the organizations and to make them more active in responding to the global or domestic challenges, especially stability and peace, as you have mentioned in your speech. Thank you.
Prime Minister, would you like to respond?
Thank you for your question. I understand that you asked me where we think that we can, with additional measures, additional mechanism, secure peace, not only in Europe, but also in the world. I mean, if we have a broader look on the world, we know we have more than 50 armored conflicts now in the world, some of them unfortunately even on our continent. And I think the work of the Council of Europe and other international organizations is so important that we try to keep in contact, that we try to still talk to each other and find solutions to move these conflicts forward to a just peace in the end. And we all know it is very difficult. So I don't have the solutions as a Prime Minister of Liechtenstein, unfortunately, but I think the most important thing is to keep up dialogue, to be in contact and to try and work hard for the better.
Mrs. Karin Liltorp, on behalf of ALDE.
Thank you, and thank you for your speech. I'm aware that you have no main issues regarding human rights in Liechtenstein, which is of course very good, especially when you see what is happening in Ukraine. So the issues you might have might seem very insignificant, but still I would like to know about the national perspective, because even though you have small issues, we can all improve. And where do you see the major areas of improvement in your home country? Thank you.
Yes, Prime Minister.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for your question. So on the one hand, before I answer directly to your question, on one hand, we try to help the others as well. So we have around 1.5% of our population are at the moment refugees, a lot of them children. We try to include in our schools, so we do a lot there. And when I answer directly to your question, so one issue we face, probably not only in our country, but especially as well, is the psychological issues with children and the capacities there, and to help children to find their way into their lives. So that's something we really face some issues we work hard on.
Thank you, Prime Minister. I will now give the floor to other speakers, and I will take them in groups. I will start with a group of 3, and I would ask... oh, sorry. It is Marco Nicolini from United European Left. Really sorry, Marco. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. President, yesterday I had the opportunity to ask the President of Montenegro a question, drawing a sort of a comparison between two small countries that are preparing to join Montenegro and to associate the Republic of San Marino to the European Union. There are more affinities between us, because San Marino and Liechtenstein are two countries that have the same number of citizens and a very similar surface area, even if they are different in the historical institution. Your government has been forward-looking, and for almost 29 years, Liechtenstein has joined the European Economic Area with certainly positive results, given that you are the richest country in the world. You fully belong to the border-free Schengen area and participates fully in the Dublin system for asylum applications. And my question, perhaps a little too broad, and for this I apologize, but it's very important for us, is how can you safeguard your peculiarities as a small and historical state, despite belonging to such a large supranational union? Thank you.
Prime Minister, would you like to respond?
Thank you for your question. So I could elaborate for hours on this question, but I won't. But I think that the main point lies in some things I mentioned in my speech. So being an active member, even though you're a small country, but having your ideas, bringing your ideas in, and having the attitude to give more than can be expected from the geographical size of your country. This is something we are really convinced that's our attitude to entering also negotiations on an EU level. So for us, it was always clear that we are not able just to pick what we think it's good for us, but to take the whole package, work closely together with our friends, with our northern friends, Iceland and Norway. As Liechtensteinians, we are a double landlocked country, as you might know, so we have only countries besides us that are landlocked as well. But we know a lot about fishing because Iceland and Norway are much into these topics. And for us, as a small alpine state, it just broadens the view if you work together with other countries that have other circumstances. And this is something I can just give to anybody as a part of or everybody as a part of Europe, to be interested in what other think. I think the diversity within Europe, the diversity within the countries of the Council of Europe, these 46 countries, to understand that diversity and see it as a chance is not only important for the big countries, but for all us small countries as well. Thank you.
Prime Minister, thank you for keeping your promise, and you didn't elaborate for hours. Now we're going on with the colleagues. As I mentioned earlier, we'll take them in a group of 3, and I would like to remind my colleagues that their intervention should be limited to 30 seconds, and the first is Rino Roland Buchel.
Dear Prime Minister, ich hätte nie gedacht, dass ich Sie einmal so...
I would have never thought that I would have referred to you in those terms. Now, just as the question from San Marino, like Liechtenstein, 40,000 people, a small country, kind of slim structure, very pragmatic government, very pragmatic in parliament as well. Now, for a small country, do you feel that things are going well as far as working together with other countries in large organizations like the UN, like the Council of Europe, or is that too much of a burden? So do you think it's really worth it for the population of a small country to work together in these major international fora?
Sehr geehrter Vorsitzender,
Chairman, President, colleagues, Prime Minister, on behalf of the Liechtenstein delegation, we would like to thank Mr. Risch for his presentation. The European Court of Human Rights plays a very important role as far as protecting fundamental freedoms and liberties, human rights. This is seen in the various rulings as well, and in your you mentioned the court as well. Now, how do things go in Liechtenstein as far as the implementation of the rulings of the European Court of Human Rights?
Merci.
Thank you very much indeed, President. Prime Minister, in the context of your presidency of the Committee of Ministers, you're planning on organising in Strasbourg on the 27th of March a high-level conference on the improvement of the execution of judgments of the European Court of Human Rights, in particular judgments related to involuntary placement and treatment of people who have an illness or mental disability. Can you give us some more details about why you chose to place emphasis on this particular topic and share your expectations for this?
Prime Minister, would you like to respond to the first three questions?
Yes, thank you. First of all, I'd like to respond to the question of Lina Büchel. I do it in German. So, die Frage war,
the question was small countries, or how small countries in these large organizations, how do they manage, and what the problems are that might arise. I'm of the conviction that as a small country, of course, we can't be everywhere and involved in everything everywhere. It's simply not possible. We have to focus. We have to find our particular niche, if you like, as well. For example, on the financial issues, I think it's very important for us to be able to implement the various rulings that exist in the various rules and so on. So in other words, we have to look at the details. We have to look at the particular focused area on which we can be focused, if you like, and we can activate ourselves on those particular issues. For example, the various initiatives that exist in my country where we're focusing on specific issues. And I think it's in that particular fashion that one can function in these large organizations.
I try. Maybe I just talked too long. So then I move on to the next question.
AI is not implemented in this room till now.
Thank you. Dann komme ich zur Frage.
And then the question about the European Court of Human Rights and the implementation of rulings. I do feel that there, as concerns Liechtenstein and the role Liechtenstein can play and how it acts on this particular front, it is a priority for us. The court, to strengthen the court in the course of our presidency, and it's such that we will have a specific and special conference on this issue, which will be conducted in the course of the presidency, where we'll deal specifically with the issue of implementation of rulings and how to deal with situations where rulings are not implemented. So indeed, this is something that we will be focusing on, and important here for the Parliamentary Assembly as well. Indeed, it's something that we feel we have to focus on in the course of the presidency, but not only us. I think it's all of us that have to focus on this particular issue. In other words, adhere to the rules that we have ourselves forged. Thank you.
Then I'd like to answer to the questions I got from your side. Also in this respect, I'd like to have a specific focus on the conference we are doing about strengthening the court and strengthening the rules of the court. I mean, there are a lot of persons and people are involved and are are focused in there, and I just think it is also here very important that we have the exchange between the institutions, that we can help each other to not only strengthen the Council of Europe but also strengthen the court and bring it even more to work. Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Dear colleagues, we only have 5 minutes, so I will give the floor to 3 more colleagues to ask their questions. Mr. Darko Kaevski from North Macedonia. Next is Katia Tsiloyani from Georgia. Tsilosani, sorry, from Georgia.
Thank you, Chair. Dear Prime Minister, the declaration of historical Reykjavik summit has strongly condemned Russia's aggressive war against Ukraine and Russia's aggression also against Georgia, and call on the Russian Federation to comply with its international obligations and fully and unconditionally withdraw its forces from the territory of Ukraine, of Georgia, and of the Republic of Moldova. I'm very much convinced about your pragmatic approaches, and I want to listen your opinion. How do you see the role of the Council of Europe and its main bodies in fulfillment of this desire? Thank you very much.
Mr. Enis Kerban from Kosovo.
Thank you, dear President. Dear Prime Minister, it's our pleasure to have you in the Assembly here. I'm a member of the Kosovo delegation to PACE, representing the non-majority communities. My question is already addressed by my colleague, but we are looking forward to celebrate 75th anniversary of the Council of Europe and decision and membership of Kosovo. Do you agree to celebrate these two great events with us? Thank you.
Mr. Saman Seidov from Azerbaijan. He's not here. Yelizaveta Yasko, Mrs. Yelizaveta Yasko from Ukraine. Yelizaveta.
Dear Prime Minister, I'm Ukrainian, and in our group, in EPP, we also, in this assembly, discuss a lot of the question of the frozen assets and how it should be transferred to the needs of Ukraine recovery. Could you please update us on the status of that on behalf of the Liechtenstein? Thank you.
Mr. Prime Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you. To the question from up there on Ukraine and the role of Ukraine, Georgia, and Moldova, and the role of the Council of Europe. I think we have to have a view also a little bit to the past. I mean, I emphasized on the now in my speech, but I think the Council of Europe did a great step when the register of damage was set in place, just as a first step to really have a broad view, and that we can, when things proceed, have a basis to make Russia accountable for the aggressions. So I think this is something the Council of Europe should be proud of, but it's not enough, as we all know. But this is something we can base upon and move forward here. Then I go to the question from Kosovo and about the 75 years celebrations we are heading to. It's not only within the decision of our country whether or not we proceed as fast as I understand your wishes are, but to celebrate together is always a good thing, and might it be the 75th or the 76th or another date will be a good occasion to have a celebration there. And then I go to the question regarding the frozen assets and whether or not they can be confiscated. So, as I mentioned before, on a similar question, we closely coordinate with our like-minded partners, in particular the European Union, the US, UK, and Switzerland, with regard to the discussion on forfeiture of frozen asset and combating sanction evasion. But what's clear from my point of view and from the Liechtenstein point of view is that Russia has to pay for what they did.
Mr. Prime Minister, I'm not here to comment on the answers, but I have to comment on the time. You were fast, brief, and accurate. Thank you so much for being with us today. It was an honor. Dear colleagues, I want to remind you that voting is open in the second round of the election of Council of Europe Commissioner for Human Rights and the Judge to the European Court of Human Rights in respect of Bulgaria. The votes will close at 6 p.m. I invite those of you who have not yet voted to do so. The next item on the agenda is the debate on the report titled Globalization in Times of Crisis and War, the role of OECD since the Russian Federation's aggression against Ukraine, presented by Mr. Bertrand Bouillou, Chair of the Committee on Political Affairs and Democracy. We will then hear from Mrs. Liliana Tanguy, who will present an opinion on behalf of the Committee on Social Affairs, Health and Sustainable Development. This will be followed by a statement by Mr. Matthias Cormann, Secretary General of the OECD. In order to finish by 5:25 p.m., I will interrupt the list of speakers at about 5:15 p.m. to allow time for the reply and vote on the draft resolution. I call Mr. Bouillou. You have 7 minutes to speak now and 3 minutes at the end to reply to the debate. You have the floor. Thank you. So, Mr. Bouix, I have changed the pronunciation of your name, and I know that you can do the same with mine, which is equally difficult to be pronounced. Thank you. So you have the floor for 7 minutes.
Merci, Monsieur le...
Thank you, President. Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, I return here as the chair of the Political Affairs and Democracy Committee to present the report prepared by our former colleague, George Katragoulos, who is no longer a member of this assembly, on activities of the OECD. Today's debate is institutional in nature, relates to the relations between our two organizations, which go back to the early 1960s. And since 1993, the Parliamentary Assembly, which is expanded by members of the OECD, who are not members of this organization, it's a unique platform to consider the aspects of the OECD. On this occasion, it's a pleasure to notice Mr. Matthias Cormann, Secretary General of the OECD since June of 1991. Mr. Cormann, your mandate at the head of the OECD coincides with a period of great turbulence which the global economy is facing and poses so many challenges to our states and to our organizations. Secretary General, I hope that in the face of these challenges, we will continue in the tradition of your predecessor, that is Mr. Angel Gurria, to whom this dialogue with the member states of this assembly was so important to consider common issues. In more substance, the OECD Assembly concluded an agreement that on specific issues of debate, we should come to an agreement between the two parties. Thus, our former rapporteur put forward with the agreement of the OECD colleagues that this debate should look at the consequences for the global economy. The two unprecedented shocks, the pandemic and the attack by Russian Federation on Ukraine. The situation had already been characterized by the slowing down of the global economy to such a degree that some talk about deglobalisation. Now, of course, the role that the OECD can play, already plays, to mitigate this is a key element in today's debate. Indeed, the report from our colleague is based on the contribution from several expert departments of the OECD, and it presents a very detailed state of the global economy and notes a number of problems and alarming trends within our countries and societies. My time being limited, I can't read out the report, but I'd encourage all of you to read it. It's clearly structured and substantiated. With the aid of our colleagues at the OECD, I take the opportunity to thank them. Let me draw your attention to a number of challenges identified in the draft resolution that the committee has put to you. According to the OECD, following the pandemic and the attack by Russia against Ukraine and the following crises in terms of the cost of living, our society have had to face up also to high public debt and low growth. Public spending has risen further, as have our needs, and the long-term trends, such as the aging of the population and the increase in the cost of services, are an increasingly high burden on public finances. And the joint efforts of all of this, together with the global crisis and together with inequalities and the climate change, are an increasing burden on all of us. And the number of people who live in extreme poverty is increasing to rise. And this is continuing to rise, together with shocks in terms of supply of food and of energy provoked by Russia's attack. Global inflation has reached levels that some countries hadn't experienced since the 1970s, and this has increased the cost of living and reduced the amount of income available to households, a pressure on consumption and production. Low income and rural households have been particularly hard hit by the increase in costs of food and energy, and we're particularly grateful to the OECD, and we need to think about all of these attacks. According to their report, more than a third of those asked from all countries think that the political system in their country allows them to have little access to the political systems, and those say that they have less faith in some of these groups. Now, it's important to the OECD countries to consolidate their system of democratic governance and strengthen citizen participation in political decision-making, and to fight against propagation of misinformation and disinformation, which could encourage people taking part in the process, increase differences, and reduce the resilience of our societies. With this in mind, we're pleased with the statement by the OECD on rebuilding confidence and bolstering democracy, adopted by our ministers, which includes a measure being a challenge on numerous scores. We've had to think about how we can mitigate climate change, and to do this, we need profoundly to change our economies and swiftly adapt the sources of our energy. We need to think about all of these, the emissions, technological changes, and large-scale investment, which will be crucial in this context. Our cooperation with institutions such as the OECD will become all the more important. It's crucial that the community of OECD countries stick together when we think about the meeting of our ministers just a couple of years ago. We need to think about this democracy, the rule of law, protecting human rights, gender equality, protecting the environment and reducing inequalities, as well as diversity and inclusion. It's also crucial that member states of the OECD restate their attachment to multilateralism, to common approach to face challenges, and to develop global partnership. Overall partnerships, bearing in mind of all of these things, not just the fiscal pressures, but also other challenges in economic terms, including environmental challenges, and social policies and others. These will be part of an effective response to the multi-front challenges facing us today and help us to ensure that nobody is left behind. The draft resolution that the committee submits to you also contains proposals to amend the regulation relating to the activities of the OECD so that we can take into account the enlargement of the organization given the accession of two countries from Latin America, Colombia and Costa Rica. And on the same occasion, we set out our conviction that full compliance with democracy, human rights, and the rule of law, including international law, constitutes an essential part of the enlargement of the OECD. In this context, we welcome the adoption by the OECD of the roadmap for accession of 3 member states of the Council of Europe, Bulgaria, Croatia, and Romania, as well as Brazil and Peru. Before I conclude, I welcome the view expressed by the Social Affairs Mission and the Sustainable Development Committee and proposals for amendment contained in that. And our committee looked at them favorably, considered them helpful, and spoke in favor of including them in the text of the resolution. President, I shall draw to a close here, hoping that the report of our committee given to the members of this Assembly has sufficient elements for an informed and stimulating debate. Thank you very much all for your attention. Thank you, President.
Thank you, Mr. Boix. I now call Madame Tanguy, the rapporteur. You have 3 minutes.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you very much, President. Colleagues, I would like to congratulate Mr. Quattrogallos for his enlightening report, which underscores, rightly so, the significant role played by the OECD when it comes to fighting the devastating effects of a series of crises that seem to dovetail one in the other and are disrupting the established order, calling into question the orientation of policies currently put in place, and encourage us to think about what the national authorities and international authorities could well do with a view to overcoming future and present systemic problems. I share the analysis of the rapporteur on the basis of the reflections, recommendations of the OECD, underscoring the need for more transversal and global policies. And that is why I think we should laud any initiative that seeks to strengthen cooperation between the OECD and the Council of Europe. They are vital institutions when it comes to fighting growing inequality. The report highlights the influence of the global context on international trade and economic growth. The Social Affairs Committee is nevertheless concerned by the fact that geopolitical tension, the pandemic or pandemics, the climate crisis and growing inequalities have reversed the progress that has been made in the past when it comes to realizing the Sustainable Development Goals, relegating social and economic rights to sort of a second position. Unbridled economic growth will call into question environmental and social sustainability of the global order, but ultimately will call into question economic resilience and public confidence in democracy. We must therefore work towards a fairer balance in terms of public and private interests. I would like to perhaps culminate or end with a more personal comment on artificial intelligence. I do regret that it hasn't been the subject of more advanced study to be carried out by the Political Affairs or Economic Affairs committees. I think artificial intelligence is ever more present in our day-to-day lives, and that is why the Social Affairs Committee has put forward an amendment to cover the importance or relevance of artificial intelligence. And I would point out that the OECD is hosting the Secretariat dealing with the global partnership or alliance on artificial intelligence, an initiative taken by Canada and France during the G20 meeting in Biarritz in the fight against poverty and climate change. The Secretariat for the Paris Pact for People on the Planet. The Secretariat is to be hosted in Paris. It was a decision taken at the Paris summit in June last year. Developing countries, let us not forget, shouldn't have to choose between poverty or doing something about poverty or protect the environment. I think we're seeing the economy slowing down. We're seeing growing impoverishment, which undermines citizens' confidence in the abilities and values of our public institutions. I think these crises question the resilience or vulnerability of our societies, and in such a context, states have to ensure that democracies remain viable, civil society has to remain free, and enterprises have to be the subject of clear regulations, and we have to ensure that our approach to these issues is fairer and more resilient.
From the Secretary General of the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, Mr. Matthias Cormann, whom I'm very pleased to welcome amongst us today. I remind you, dear colleagues, that the first Parliamentary Assembly debate on the activities of the OECD took place in 1963, and that the enlarged Parliamentary Assembly debates were introduced in 1993 on the basis of special rules to allow delegations of national parliaments of OECD member states, which are not members of the Council of Europe and of the European Parliament, to participate. Since then, the enlarged Assembly operates as a unique platform for parliamentary scrutiny of the OECD activities. Following the adoption of a new methodology for enlarged debates in 2019, with the aim of achieving a stronger and more efficient institutional relationship between the Assembly and the OECD, streamlining procedures and making better use of both organizations' strengths, enlarged Assembly debates take place every 2 years, focusing on specific themes. Dear Secretary General, you began your mandate as the 6th Secretary General of the OECD in June 2021. Prior to this appointment, you served as the Australian Minister for Finance, the leader of the government in the Australian Senate, and as a federal senator representing the state of Western Australia. We very much value the institutional partnership and dialogue among our two institutions. The theme chosen for today's debate is obviously highly topical and has seen some recent developments which we are looking forward to hearing from you. I have the pleasure now to give you the floor.
Well, thank you very much, dear President, and warm congratulations on your election as President of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe earlier this week. Chair Bertrand Bouy, Liliana Tanguy, members of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, thank you very much for the opportunity to discuss the role of the OECD in supporting effective international policy cooperation as set out in the report before you today. The OECD and the Council of Europe have very much in common. We share an enduring commitment to upholding the values of freedom, democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. And we share a mission to support effective policy cooperation and development of common standards on the foundation of those important values, with the aim to increase people's economic and social well-being. Our shared values and mission have stood the test of time, and in a deeply uncertain, disrupted and challenging global environment, they continue to provide a vital, very solid foundation for the future. The geopolitical environment in particular is increasingly challenging. Now, in addition to the economic and social impacts of Russia's ongoing war of aggression against Ukraine, the evolving conflict following Hamas's terrorist attacks on Israel are putting further pressure on the global outlook and international cooperation. Disruptions to Red Sea shipping, which so far have been limited, could have wide-ranging impacts on global energy and food markets if the conflict escalates further. Global trade is also facing pressure from evolving concerns about economic coercion, supply disruptions and market concentration. Economies are feeling the impact of these shocks and pressures, as well as the intended impact of monetary policy tightening aimed at tackling inflation over the past couple of years. Still, the global economy has shown remarkable resilience. We project global GDP growth to soften slightly this year to 2.7%, but for growth to continue. And for growth, global growth to lift slightly to 3% next year, with growth in the euro area of 0.9% this year and 1.5% next year. However, risks to the near-term global outlook remain tilted to the downside on the back of tighter finance, weak trade growth and lower business and consumer confidence. Inflation, a persistent global challenge over the past 2 years, has declined across OECD economies this year, in 2023 I should say, thanks to tight monetary policy and the decline in energy prices. However, in the euro area, inflation has become broad-based, and core inflation, that is excluding volatile items such as food and energy, has been persistently above 5% throughout 2023 and will require continued restrictive monetary and fiscal policy until inflation is durably brought under control. We do expect that by 2025 inflation will return to central bank targets in most major economies. In parallel, the OECD expects that in 2024 sovereign debt will reach a historic high of $56 trillion US across OECD countries. Governments will have to rebuild fiscal space to ensure public debt sustainability and to be able to ensure resilience in the context of any future shock, and to ensure we can respond effectively to the longer-term spending pressures from population ageing, national defence and the climate transition. In response to recent shocks, the Council of Europe and the OECD have stepped up our cooperation. The report before you highlights several opportunities for deeper engagement going forward, building on the Council's participation in our committees as an observer and the OECD's contributions to your discussions, such as the analysis we presented on women's entrepreneurship and employment to your Committee on Equality and Non-Discrimination. First, we will continue to support Ukraine, which I know is a very high priority for the Council of Europe, while at the same time expanding our work to protect and strengthen democracies. In June of last year, together with Prime Minister Denis Shmyhal, the OECD launched our country programme for Ukraine, which is already progressing reforms in the areas of public governance and anti-corruption, education, environment and competitiveness. The programme will also help advance Ukraine's OECD and EU accession aspirations, especially following the European Council's decision last month to open accession negotiations. In the face of foreign influence and mis- and disinformation aimed at eroding public trust in democratic governance, our Reinforcing Democracy initiative is aimed at combating mis- and disinformation, enhancing public participation and strengthening global governance and institutions. Our 2022 Trust Survey across OECD member countries has delivered evidence on key areas where action is needed, including ensuring open and participatory governance processes and government responsiveness to concerns about poor quality public services. The OECD has also launched a Dis-Miss resource hub, which helps governments, media and civil society share their experiences with policy tools to tackle mis- and disinformation. Second, we will continue to work with all our members and partners to help ensure a rules-based international trading system in good working order, while working to improve the social and environmental sustainability of global supply chains. Well-functioning global markets and open trade are a key driver of global growth and will help us secure the green and digital transformations of our economies in a cost-effective and efficient way. We're also building the evidence base on vulnerabilities and restrictions across supply chains to help boost the resilience of global trade. Our work has shown, for instance, a five-fold increase in export restrictions in trade in critical minerals since 2009. And we're helping governments address legitimate concerns about the social and environmental sustainability of trade among citizens and civil society, for example, with our instruments on responsible business conduct. Addressing these issues effectively while ensuring the benefits of trade are broadly shared will help us rebuild and maintain public support for global trade moving forward. Last year, we launched an update of the OECD guidelines for multinational enterprises on responsible business conduct, including, among others, recommendations for enterprises to align with internationally agreed goals on climate change and biodiversity. Third, we are redesigning policies to adapt to the demographic trends highlighted in the report, which I know are an important focus for this Parliamentary Assembly. While responding to recent shocks, policymakers need to tackle long-term trends that will shape our growth prospects and the well-being of our populations, including population ageing, shifting patterns of migration, and evolving workforce needs as a result of the digital transformation. The share of population aged over 65 and over stood at 18% in 2022 and is projected to rise to 21% by 2030 in the OECD economies, while for the countries in the European Union it is higher and stood at over 21% in 22 and is projected to rise to 24% by the end of this decade. Migration can help alleviate some of the labour force pressures from ageing, at least in the short term, but only with effective migrant integration policies to ensure we are fully drawing on migrants' potential. In parallel, technological change is changing jobs and the skills that are in demand. We estimate that 28% of jobs have a high share of tasks that can be automated, with low-educated workers more likely to be at high risk of automation. In our flagship Employment and Migration Outlook, the OECD has identified policy tools to increase the participation of older workers, to better integrate migrants, and to respond to the changing nature of work resulting from the digital transformation through upskilling, supporting lifelong learning, and promoting job quality that reconciles employment with health issues and caring responsibilities. Fourth, we are providing global leadership in support of ambitious and globally effective action on climate change. The OECD is committed to supporting countries in reaching the Paris Agreement mitigation objectives and the EU's objectives under the Fit for 55 package to achieve at least 55% emissions reduction by 2030 and net zero by 2050. As you all know, no single region can tackle climate change on its own. Well-coordinated approaches are essential for ensuring that the ambitious approach in Europe translates to globally effective emissions reductions outcomes. This includes peer learning, which allows countries to adapt lessons on what works and what hasn't worked, adopt best practices in other jurisdictions, adapting them to their own circumstances and context. Towards this, in February of last year, the OECD launched the Inclusive Forum on Carbon Mitigation Approaches, an initiative designed to help optimize the global impact of emissions reduction efforts around the world through better data and information sharing on the comparative effectiveness of different carbon mitigation approaches, through evidence-based mutual learning, and through inclusive multilateral dialogue involving advanced, emerging and developing economies. Our international programme for action on climate, which has benefited from strong support from European countries, also provides countries with data to assess progress towards net zero. In closing, as this report rightly points out, globalisation and indeed our rules-based global order is under significant pressure. This pressure calls for more cooperation, not less. The most pressing challenges we face today are shared challenges requiring shared solutions. The Council of Europe and this Parliamentary Assembly provide a valuable perspective on what our shared solutions should look like, a perspective that strengthens our standards, instruments and best practices with its experience and ambition. Through our global engagement, the OECD aims to broaden the reach of their standards and instruments, supporting effective global cooperation that is grounded in evidence-based best practices and the values we share. We look forward to continuing our work together to promote economic resilience, to support freedom and democracy, human rights and the rule of law, to enhance good governance and boost skills and jobs, to ensure effective international cooperation on tax and climate, and ultimately to support better policies for better lives in Europe and beyond. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary General. Thank you for your personal wishes as well. And thank you for your statement, which has been listened to with keen interest by all members of our Assembly. We will now move to the debate. We will first hear from the speakers on behalf of the political groups. And I call first Mr. Kim Valentin on behalf of ALDE.
Thank you. The report and the resolution are generally a good description of the OECD initiatives over the last couple of years. I'm therefore positive about the content that praises the co-work of OECD and the Council of Europe. It is important to recognize the significant role that both institutions have played through the many decades. The report sets a finger on Russian aggression on Ukraine and the impact this has had in the aftermath of the COVID-19 crisis. Both crises are global, but in different ways. Both have created bottlenecks in supply chains and heavy influence on expectations to globalization and international trade. Macroeconomic key figures have changed to the worse, and inflation have pushed a recession into markets. Everything creating difficult conditions for growth, the green transition, welfare systems, and human rights. The report shows an overview of consequences and developments. However, there are gaps between the focus in the OECD work programme and the few significant conclusions in this resolution. The problems and the challenges of the multiple crises over the last 5 to 10 years are very precise described, but the solutions are in general just that the rich should pay more money to the poor countries/persons to secure more social justice, environmental mitigation and adaptation, and rising migration demands. There are some weak points of the resolutions too that you should think on when you use the conclusions. Corruption and nepotism are not mentioned as a cause to growing inequalities. Higher interest rates and the effect of higher interest rates on capital markets and therefrom on companies, households and states are not explained as a cause to greater instability in the world economy. Taxes are not needed or even proven as a general tool to wealth or distribution of wealth. The market economy is not mentioned as an important part of the way to secure solutions to most of all the problems. And reforms of the labour markets are not emphasized in the light of the latest AI developments. The report from OECD is there, however, a good background to understand what has happened the last 5 years in the world economy in a broader concept. Therefore, I endorse the resolution with all the conclusions to approval by the Assembly. Thank you.
Merci de votre intervention.
Thank you very much indeed for your statement. I now give the floor on behalf of the UEL group to Mr. Pringle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. The OECD has outlined in the report that general government spending is on the increase around the organisation. And it is also concerned that the COVID-19 pandemic, global conflicts and the climate crisis and rising inequalities have reversed global progress on poverty reduction. But it is clear that all of those factors are influenced by human activity. And it's human activity that can solve those conflicts as well. In 2020, 700 million people were living in extreme poverty, and nearly half the world was living with less than $6.85 per day. So it is organisations like the OECD that can contribute to resolving this issue as well. At times of crisis, country deficits should grow, I believe. If we are to leave no one behind, as the report says, then at times of difficulty they should grow deficits, and that is the only way to protect citizens. But ultimately, the role of the OECD and also of the Council of Europe should be the protection of those citizens. The Assembly also noted that in 2021, in a survey of trust, only 40% of people did not trust governments. Less than 1/3 of people think they can participate in government decision making. This is a real crisis for governments in the OECD and indeed for governments right across the world. I believe that when governments ignore and isolate so many people, it will come home to roost in the future. And I believe that we are seeing that right across Europe now at the moment, and indeed we will see it in Ireland in the coming year as well. As all politics seems to move to the centre, the isolation will become more and more problematic. And also, governments are not talking to people, governments are talking at them, and they're not including people in the decision makings, and that is a real problem, and it's something that we need to address. And I believe that the OECD and the Council of Europe should be working on that. Mr. Corman, the Secretary-General, did say that more cooperation is what is needed. But more cooperation in the right way is what is needed. More cooperation involving our citizens in the decision-making process and ensuring that if we can bring all our citizens with us, that is what will ensure our success. And that is what will ensure that 40% of the people in the world will actually start to trust their governments as well, and that is what we should be aiming for, rather than economic development solely on its own right. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur Pringle. Je donne
Thank you, Mr. Pringle. On behalf of the Socialist Group, I now give the floor to Mr. Kolatian.
Monsieur le Président, merci bien. General Corman, first of all, on behalf of the Socialist Group, but also as a representative of a member state, Romania, which is advancing in having the quality of a candidate towards the full membership of the OECD, I would like to emphasize a few topical issues which are reflected in this report and the draft resolution, so well drafted by our former rapporteur, George Katrougalos, and now followed by Bertrand Buy. This report, which is a very good report, and the Socialist Group will support and vote the draft resolution, is focusing especially on the current very serious challenges, but also on possible concrete solutions. So it's focusing on the new global context resulting from shocks provoked by COVID-19 pandemic, but also mainly on the Russian Federation war of aggression against Ukraine. And in more concrete terms, related to the situation in different member states on both Council of Europe and OECD, on fiscal deficits, elevated public debts levels, on the inflation pressure, on the combined effects of the pandemic, the global conflicts, climate crisis, and rising inequalities, but also, of course, on the intensified extremely poverty. From this perspective, the partnership with OECD, which is a solid one, is a functional one, and I want also to welcome, on behalf of our group, the presence of Secretary General Corman. It's extremely important. And from our side, I would like to remind colleagues, also myself, the fact that we are organizing every 2 years a debate in the plenary, now on the proposed enlarged framework of the Assembly. We have designated a rapporteur on the topic, and PACE delegation is attending every year the Global Parliamentary Network organized at the headquarters of OECD. I attended in Paris this meeting. This partnership is extremely important, but I want to underline one fundamental issue. We have the same foundation. That means on both sides the fact that we are committed to fundamental values of democracy, the rule of law, human rights, gender equality, social justice, environmental sustainability, tackling inequalities, diversity and inclusion. But more specifically in the current very complicated international context, focusing on the need of coming back to multilateralism and the need to assure the fact that the accountability for the crime of aggression is respected. This is why we have organized the fourth summit in Reykjavik. This is why we have adopted an enlarged partial agreement for establishing a register for the damages. This is why we are advocating for an international tribunal for punishing the crime of aggression. I want to mention also our report MH17 that identifies also the responsibility of the Russian state. Also, the admissibility of the European Court of Human Rights judgments last year exactly on focusing on the responsibility for these crimes. I'm interested maybe to have some comments at the end on behalf of the Secretary General Coleman on the updated amount of the damages that are estimated by OECD as concerned the destructions of the committed by Russia in Ukraine. I'm interested also on the concrete role of OECD on the reconstruction process of Ukraine, and last but not least, how to use the confiscated assets of Russia for paying the destructions. Thank you very much. We will vote in favor of the draft resolution.
Merci, Monsieur Corlatean.
Thank you, Mr. Corlatean. Now, Madam Jesko on behalf of the EPP Group.
Dear colleagues, it's very important that we talked about policies and the challenges that currently our economies have, and OECD is working on that as the Organization for Economic Cooperation. But I want you to bring to the history, because I think it's very important that in this organization we remind ourselves about the purpose. So, as well as this organization, OECD was created also for managing recovery after the Second World War for different European countries. And since then, many new challenges have arrived. And I want to congratulate the authors of this report and also on the work OECD, but also to encourage us to think how can we open the doors to the new mechanisms and new solutions, and also the politics of enlargement of OECD. There are many countries that I'm sure would really be very beneficial for the OECD cooperation. There are also many challenges that are currently we are all facing. And yes, it's mentioned in the report that unfortunately there is a lot of challenges connected to the energy and food security situation. And unfortunately, there are aggressors who are using these challenges, these fluctuations to undermine us. And I want you to think about the human security, but also from the economical side. And I'm sure that it should be in the core of OECD. Another thing that I want to mention, something that we started to discuss here recently, is the question of sanctions and how we all can make sure that those who don't commit with, who don't obey with ethical rules and continue making trade with aggressor, for instance, how they are responsible. And we had a fantastic presentation by The Economist when we saw that, unfortunately, many European business companies, and not only European, also American and other parts of the world, they still trade with aggressors. So how can this organization, OECD, help with promoting the question of the corporate responsibility of not having a trade with aggressor? These are the questions that I really want to address to the organization of OECD. And I really hope that together with this organization, we can focus on the human security and the human rights in the economic angle to proceed with economic cooperation with security and with wise purpose for the future. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much indeed. I now call Sir Edward Lee to the European Conservatives.
President, of course this support is adequate in itself and the language is worthy, but I don't think it's really tough enough given the challenges that the West faces, faced with despotic countries such as Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, I think there is a unique challenge to our values in the West of human rights and democracy and safety. And the world has become even more dangerous following the hideous terrorist attacks by Hamas in October. Frankly, the West has been almost asleep for the last, well, perhaps since the end of the Cold War. Our countries are spending far too little on defence, and we're now warned by various senior figures in NATO, admirals, that we could even be, and we all sincerely hope not, but we could even possibly be at war in Russia in a few years' time. It's not just on our fact that we've spent too little on defence. I think in so many areas we've been weak. For instance, we've tried to solve our own economic problems and finding, the necessity of getting people to take low-paid jobs by encouraging mass migration. And this is really an existential crisis now to Europe, mass legal migration, which in terms of the United Kingdom is running at 600,000 a year, but also our failure to stem illegal migration, in our case, boats across the Channel, and countries like Italy and facing even greater challenges. And of course, we've seen that if you try and solve your problems, your economic problems with mass migration, your productivity at home goes down. It's all too easy for employers to pay inadequate wages because they can always think that they can get migrant labour. So I think we've been weak on that. I think we were weak during the whole lockdown period on locking down our societies for far too long and imposing far too restrictive measures on people. I think given the challenges we face, of course, green energy in itself is a good thing, but it's got to be economically viable. And we've seen, for instance, in my own area, in the United Kingdom, that we're closing down our blast furnaces, our ability to make virgin steel, perhaps because of the cost of energy or because of green policies. And all this is making us weaker. And I would just say one thing about the OECD: stop concentrating on marginal things like tax harmonisation, and I say this to the Secretary General who's sitting here, and concentrate on trying to make the West tougher, more resilient, pursuing free market, free trade policies, always bearing in mind that countries like China will be ready to pounce on us and misuse free trade. So the challenge is great, the report is fine, but it should go further. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you. So we're now finished with the group spokespersons. We now move on to the list of speakers. Let me point out that we'll interrupt our list of speakers at 5:15. Might I ask you please to respect the speaking time of 3 minutes, and that way as many people as possible will have an opportunity to speak. And I give the floor to Mr. Savickas from Lithuania.
Thank you, Chair, dear colleagues. Today, I wish to address you not only as a PACE delegate of Lithuania, but also as the chairperson of Lithuanian Parliament Friendship Group with OECD, and also as a former Deputy Chancellor of Government in charge of Lithuania's successful application process to OECD. It is exactly this application process to become member country of OECD, very similar, yes, the application process to become members of European Union or NATO, was a driving force of necessary reforms that helped and continues to help to build the foundation of economic growth and increasing prosperity. It is exactly this experience that leaves me to determined that OECD has the potential to become the driving force of necessary change in times of global challenges. And unfortunately, the challenges are on the rise again. The compounding effects of COVID-19 pandemic, global conflicts, climate crisis, rising inequalities have reversed global progress on poverty reduction. The number of people living in extreme poverty, which have been remarkably fallen for almost 25 years, is now on the rise. In the year 2020, 700 million people were living in extreme poverty. Human Development Index value is declining for the first time on record, with 9 out of 10 countries globally registering a backslide in health, education, and standards of living. And inflation pressures emerged very early in all OECD countries at an unusually early stage during recovery from pandemic. And on the other hand, nominal wages not kept up with inflation, and real wages declined in virtually every OECD country. And this is a staggering reality of growing poverty and declining real wages. It is exactly in this light, in the realization of necessary drive for holistic policy changes, the importance of OECD become even more important. It is essential that the community of OECD members and candidate countries remain committed to those fundamental values. It is of utmost importance to adopt comprehensive policies that consider not only fiscal and economic challenges, but also encompass all aspects of countries' economic realities, including environmental concerns, labor, and social policies. This inclusive approach is essential for an effective response that ensures no one is left behind. And I congratulate the rapporteur for an excellent report, and I urge to vote in favor. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Mr. Popsoy from the Republic of Moldova.
Dear colleagues, I'd like to first commend the rapporteurs and OECD and its member states for the generous and timely assistance to Ukraine. Moldova will continue to provide its assistance to the largest number of women, children, and elderly that have come to seek refuge in my country. But OECD's shared values and global partnership can only be ensured through a robust sanctions mechanism. We're seeing that currently the sanctions regime is not really achieving its goals. And indeed, no amount of money will ever be able to repair the damage done, the life loss, the children abducted, the cultural heritage demolished. But nonetheless, it is high time that OECD member states, and in fact, all democratic countries and rule-based followers make sure that a preemptive reparations are in place, and those 300 billion euros that are currently seized in Western jurisdictions are put to good use in Ukraine, in defending the country from the horrendous shelling and suffering that it is enduring every single day, including today, including yesterday, and sadly, most likely also tomorrow. Securing a resilient future can only be done through a rule-based international order. Council of Europe and OECD are important pillars in this order. Today, it is with a heavy heart, but full of hope nonetheless, when this is my last session in the Parliamentary Assembly, as President Sandu nominated myself to lead the Moldovan Foreign Ministry in these challenging times. So, leaving this esteemed organization, I would like to thank you, every single one of you, for helping the Republic of Moldova in its quest to rejoin the European family of nations, to consolidate its democracy, but also for helping Ukraine, and ultimately for helping yourselves, because the support of Ukraine is the best investment in a peaceful, stable, and prosperous Europe. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur Pop.
Thank you, Mr. Popsoy. Thank you. That's all the best for your work. And let me now give the floor to Ms. Timgren from Sweden.
Thank you. Our rapporteur made a report for political committee. It shows that the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, does more than just economic. The OECD also works in many other areas. Since it started in 1960, after Marshall Plan ended, the OECD has also focused on things supporting democracy, law, fairness, helping environment, and taxes, to name a few. Because it does so many things, more countries have to join OECD. It started with 20 countries and now has 38 members. Our assembly has worked out with the OECD for many years. Now, about the OECD's role today is a troubled world, including war. I think the OECD is just as important now when it was created. Sure, the world is different from 1960. We are richer and more connected, but we still face an economic problem. War, challenges like the COVID epidemic. About wars, our rapporteur says the OECD and their members fully report Ukraine against Russian illegal attack. He mentioned that OECD 2023 meeting, where they said that stand for freedom, democracy, law, and human rights. Regarding the globalization, the OECD has a practical view. It doesn't like completely globalization, but seems some good in moving some production close to home. This can save transport cost and reduce risk for travel in faraway places. In the end, I hope our assembly will fully agree with the proposed resolution. Thank you.
Excusez-moi, merci.
Yes, sorry. Thank you for your contribution. Let me give the floor now to Mr. Büchel from Switzerland.
Ja, geschätzter
Distinguished Deputy President, Mr. Corman, let me begin with the first sentence of the resolution, and I'll quote in English, the language of globalization.
The Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, enlarged to include the delegations of the national parliaments of the OECD, member states that are not members of the Council of Europe, and a delegation from the European Parliament is a unique platform for a parliamentary scrutiny of OECD activities. Every 2 years, it holds the enlarged assembly debates focusing on specific themes defined in collaboration with the OECD. I
can understand a lot of things that is written down here and that we're discussing this afternoon, but I'll focus on the honesty of the countries of the OECD, and which are also in the G20. They want major internationally active enterprises in the future to be taxed by a minimum rate of 15%. This was pushed by the G20. And this is implemented very accurately by members of the EU. From the 1st of January of this year, such a regime was introduced in Switzerland, but neither on the basis of a decision by the government nor of the parliament, but on the basis of decision by the people of the country who voted in a referendum by 80% to submit themselves to the OECD regime. The people in my country declared themselves in agreement that our constitution should be amended by international soft law. That means international soft law led to an amendment of our constitution in Switzerland. But how could that come about? A few high-tax countries got together as a kind of cartel to eliminate competition. Let's get rid of competition. We should know that taxation is a matter above all for cantons in our federalist structured country. But now they want to get rid of autonomy in tax terms of federated entities. And since the tax burden in Switzerland is largely beneath this 15% level, we must now tighten things up. We have to intervene, otherwise we have to face sanctions. But the question is, who is not taking part in this disastrous cartel? Well, in conclusion, let me just name a few countries which have not made any effort to actually implement what they demanded. Just to give you a few examples, the G20 states, the United States, China, India, and Brazil. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur Buchel.
Thank you, Mr. Buchel. Let me now give the floor to Mr. Christophe Chailloux from France.
Président, Monsieur le Secrétaire.
President, the Secretary General of the OECD, colleagues, allow me first to say it is a pleasure for me to be able to speak here as a new member of the Parliamentary Assembly since my election to the Senate of the Federal Republic in the autumn. I'd like to congratulate our colleagues George Quattrogalos and Liliana Tanguy for the reports that have been presented this afternoon and that stress the role that multilateralism can play when it comes to grappling with the economic shocks provoked by international crises, the COVID-19 pandemic, or the Russian aggression against Ukraine. These two crises have led to high inflation and, as some have said, or of course in the food and energy sectors in particular, but these crises, I think, have also highlighted the trade dependency to which we're exposed as a result of globalisation, as well as disruptions in the supply chains. These subjects are important as we're seeing growing geopolitical tension, giving rise to heated political debates in some of our countries when it comes to the resilience of our economies and the slowing down of globalization. In the French Parliament, we've had very heated debates on a certain number of international trade agreements signed by the European Commission and seen by a number of local and national elected representatives and citizens too as being basically prejudicial to Europe's agricultural sovereignty. The demonstrations taking place now and for the last couple of days in France, my own country, but in other European countries too, I think some dramatic evidence of the way in which these agreements are perceived locally. So it's important. And I think these debates are important, but they're a reminder of our own internal coherence and the need to respect our values, fundamental values, to which we're particularly attached, human rights, promotion of sustainable development. I'd also like to underscore the importance of the emphasis placed by the European Union in these trade negotiations of chapters on sustainable development, the fight against deforestation, the fight against climate change, respect for the basic texts of the ILO. The OECD plays an important role when it comes to promoting free and fair trade, also resilience of our supply chains. I welcome, therefore, this institutional dialogue that exists between this organization and our assembly when it comes to enhancing consideration of humanist values that are essential to our shared allegiance to the Council of Europe. Important too in terms of better adapting social policies put in place by our states so that we can better address growing poverty and its effects. The report, and I conclude on this, stresses how dire extreme poverty, which was in net decline in the last 25 years, is now on the increase. This is a trend that we're seeing in a number of countries, including my own, and of course it is worrying and requires consideration of social, budgetary and fiscal measures. That's what our citizens expect of us. The OECD, through the quality of the analyses that it produces, is an important tool when it comes to better calibrating these policies. Thank you.
La parole est maintenant à Marie.
Thank you, Mr. Chailloux. The next speaker is Ms. Maria Mezenseva from Ukraine.
Merci le Président, dear Secretary General, dear colleagues.
This is very important to talk today about the challenges that we are all facing. Very powerful organization which unites 37 largest, most prosperous economies in the globe made a say, as well as our organization did, and in the fall of 2022 responded to the Russian war of aggression in Ukraine by not saying yes to the application of Russia, which has made in 2014 to join the organization. On the contrary, OECD sees very prosperous integration of Ukraine as a potential member of organization. And indeed, at the times of the most challenging crisis, which is touching upon food security, energy, supply chain, new business registries, ecological crisis, which this assembly committed itself as investigating the ecocide, which is actually spreading across the globe. The United Nations has calculated that it's 94 countries and 1.7 billion people who were directly affected by the war of aggression of Russia. And the current technologies which Russia is producing, the recent shelling of the capital Kiev, of my home city Kharkiv, leaving deaths and wounded, are the witnesses of the war crime to say that they are not targeting just war objects. They are not fighting Ukraine on the battlefield. They are fighting our economy, our schools, our playgrounds, our newly built facilities for business. And that's why probably we will be facing the new era of living like Switzerland, in a way of having more bombshells, being protected, bringing the production under the ground, or many other things that we can inherit from other countries. But this is us, colleagues, who may think that they may or may not join you in the next sessions. This is us who are voting the same resolution in our national parliaments when the air alarms are ongoing. This is our children who are studying online, and probably their marks could have been bad, but they're doing their best in the grades so they can become best economists, best specialists in artificial intelligence, best doctors, best space cosmonauts, best soldiers, and best protectors. So we do appreciate the cooperation with OECD, and thank you for making this report. We thank the rapporteur, merci, for all your work that has been done, for the committee, and for the effort to say that this war has affected us all. And the register of damage that this institution initiated has to be established with the money frozen in your member states, dear friends, to be used for the reparation and the reconstruction of Ukraine and every victim who suffered this war. Merci, le Président.
Merci, Maria.
Thank you very much. Maria, I now give the floor to Ms. Zeynep Yildiz from Turkey.
Dear President, dear colleagues, the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, of which we are a member, is celebrating its 75th anniversary. On the door where we enter the Assembly, it says, "United around our values." We want to believe that this organization, established in the heart of the conflict after the bloodiest war that Europe and the world has ever seen, is a structural body that creates a system of shared values on the basis of human rights. Bearing in mind that the economic issues underlie conflicts and the migration movements, the cooperation between OECD and the PACE, forming an expanded assembly together, is important in preventing conflicts before they start by fighting fiscal injustice, as well as determining the extent of conflicts after the conflicts begin, and helps re-establishing the conflict areas for the post-conflict periods. The report we are discussing today is a good example of using inter-organizational collaboration for the benefit of society and the world. While revealing a socio-economic situation in Ukraine after Russia's aggression, it clearly indicates the current economic situation and social opportunities, and as well as the opportunities. I would like to thank the rapporteur very much for this detailed analysis. Before analyzing the economic situation, we must remember that the major and the most crucial point we need to focus on is right to live of individuals. Civilians, especially children, are suffering in the ongoing war in Ukraine. Following Russia's aggression in Ukraine, Russia is no longer a member of Council of Europe. I think it's important that the sensitivity of Parliamentary Assembly of Council of Europe on Ukraine covers all other conflicts. As a result of Israel's, which is also an observer member of PACE, attacks on Gaza, the Palestinian death toll from the ongoing Israeli aggression has exceeded 25,000, of which 75% is children. Approximately 2.2 million are at risk of famine in Gaza. In addition to lack of access to hospitals and education, hundreds of thousands are starving in Gaza. I would like to ask several questions as a representative of Turkey, which opened its doors to Jews escaping from the genocide in World War II and did not remain silent while the Holocaust was taking place in Europe. I ask, as a representative of Turkey, which did not remain silent while a genocide was taking place in front of the eyes of United Nations in Bosnia, and now we do not remain silent while similar crimes against humanity are being committed in Gaza by Israel. Will Europe choose to share the shame by remaining silent about Israel's aggression against Gaza, or will it choose to be on the right side of the history, like in the case of Ukraine? Thank you for your attention.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam. The next speaker, Mr. Erkin Gadirli from Azerbaijan.
Je ne le vois pas à sa place.
Apparently he's not in the chamber. Moving on in that case to the next speaker, Ms. Martinez Seijo from Spain.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. There are moments in politics where there's no space for lack of meeting for discrepancies. There's moments in history when politics must lead to dialogue, agreement, understanding without ambiguity, because the challenge that we're facing is greater than any of the differences that might separate us. And we're living through one of those moments right now. We didn't choose this moment. We didn't cause this moment either. But we are here having to face the consequences thereof. What's of the greatest value today will be the political action, the policy action that we take today, because this is going to affect the life and livelihood of many people. We're in war, a war that's being waged against territorial integrity in Europe, against the security of Europeans, and against peace and stability on our continent. A war that has worsened the negative effects of globalisation and has changed things such that inflation has become a factor which destabilizes politics. The risk premium has shot up. Electrical companies are being nationalized. There's been cuts in gas supply. A true war that has meant countries such as Finland or Sweden have abandoned their traditional neutrality and want to join NATO. All of this has changed in our time here. And our policies must adapt themselves to this new situation, one in which we cannot understand that there's political intolerance or that there should be any engaging in bipartisan politics when we're trying to find solutions for the problems faced by millions of Europeans who are suffering the effects of war and lack of equality in their pocketbooks. In order to deal with the impact of inflation, we must take measures that offer responses to the fiscal, labor, and social challenges that are pointed out in this reform. Spain has begun doing so since the very beginning. We offer a special tariff for fuel. We've limited the increase in rents. We've created special aids for special support for workers and employed persons, financial support for self-employed workers, a social tariff for electricity. We reduced TVA, the value-added tax. We have come up with different financial support for truck drivers, for farmers, because social cohesion is built on the values of solidarity, equality, justice, and freedom. And these policies can be done at the same time while the economy grows, while employment grows, while we control inflation. That's what we've done in Spain. And as has been mentioned in this report, we've carried out fiscal justice with taxes on the big financial companies and others on specific digital services carried out by large companies. We've reduced the taxes on the light bill by 80%, and at the same time, we've been trying to create a just or fair transition strategy to create energy sovereignty for our country, to make sure that renewable energy is more accessible throughout the country, which makes us one of the countries that is working most on renewable energy. So all of our support goes for this report, because this is done with dialogue, with different political groups, with both sides of industry, with unity, but above all, taking into account people as the very center of our policy priorities. Thank you very much.
Merci, Madame. La parole maintenant.
Thank you, Madam. The next speaker is Mr. Luzim Basha from Albania.
Dear colleagues, Russia's illegal war of aggression has caused catastrophic destruction and suffering to the Ukrainian people, to the country, resulting in grave human and material losses and numerous war crimes against civilians. Ukraine requires significant assistance towards recovery and reconstruction. The Russian Federation must be held responsible for compensating the human and material losses concerned. It is crucial for the international community, working in concert, to address this challenge and ensure that the victims of the aggression receive the reparations they are owed. As already called by the Parliamentary Assembly in its resolution on ensuring a just peace in Ukraine and lasting security in Europe, this shall involve establishing a comprehensive compensation mechanism, including an international commission for the examination of claims for the damages recorded in the Register of Damage, and a compensation fund to pay out the decisions for compensation of damage awarded by the Commission, in particular by confiscating and otherwise using the Russian Federation's assets to pay for war damages in Ukraine. This will allow a way to use these assets as a means of coercing the aggressor state to comply with its international obligations. Utilizing frozen assets to fund a recovery program for Ukraine would serve as both a warning and a strategic move with broader implications. Such action would demonstrate the significant repercussions of violating global norms and engaging in wars of aggression. It would serve as a reminder of the interconnectedness of the world and collective responsibility to uphold international law and prevent such actions from going unchecked. Make no mistake, the stakes are high. Failure to support and sustain Ukraine will come at a high price. The Balkans will be next. An already failed attempt for land grab and change of borders occurred in September last year. It is not an isolated incident. It is an attempt to change the architecture of security in the Western Balkans and undermine the Euro-Atlantic protection of this architecture of security. That's why maintaining and strengthening our unity against this aggression, we should be steady in our objective to fortify Ukraine so that the consequences to Russia's aggression, including those of financial nature, serve as a deterrent against any other future aggression in Europe and elsewhere. Thank you.
Merci, monsieur. Je donne maintenant la parole à...
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Peter Frick from Liechtenstein. President, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start by thanking the rapporteurs for their very hard work and the drafting of this report. The crisis we're currently living through and the challenges which come with this are having negative effects at practically all the levels of globalisation. The knock-on effects of the COVID pandemic, as well as the ongoing Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, have made our economic dependency incredibly clear. In future, further conflicts, economic crisis and growing inequality will require our full attention and effort. Please let me quote a report in the report, a sentence in the report which is very important. For the first time for 25 years, there's been an increase in the number of people who live in extreme poverty. 9 out of 10 countries around the world have showing lowering levels of education, health and living. Moreover, vulnerable groups, in particular young people and children, suffer most from this. Dwindling trust in politics and fake news represent a fundamental challenge to the world order, as well as organisations such as the Council of Europe. We have to take this warning very seriously. Stronger participation of the general public in the political process is just one important measure. We have to find ways of regaining people's trust in politics. I would add that we should do our best to try to use the strength of our organisations to fight against these negative trends via a holistic approach. Our institutions share the same values, and it's more important than ever to enhance and defend these institutions. Multilateralism is essential to enable us to counter these global trends in an effective way. To wind up, I would just like to welcome Costa Rica and Colombia for their membership of the OECD. Thank you very much. Thank you. Moving on now to Ms. Katia Tsilusani from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's okay. It's always difficult to pronounce my names. So first of all, let me express my gratitude to the reporters for the contribution and elaboration of this really useful and important report, because it meets the demand that is now very actual, not only for the particular country, but to the democratic community. And I'm very happy that we have, as Georgians, very good cooperation with the OECD. We are not the member countries yet. However, we enjoy their expertise and assessments and contributions from many directions. And I will focus today also on the achievements, reforms, and some steps that we have made, despite that we are part of the very fragile region, and we also had suffered from COVID pandemic, and post-pandemic recovery is still ongoing in my country, and we still feel the occupation from the Russian Federation. So war and pandemic put pressure on inflation, government spending, and public health, not only in Georgia, but globally. However, Georgia has shown that despite the continued occupation of our territories by Russian Federation and existing security challenges in the region, we continue reforms and stand ready to further consolidate our democracy. Even though COVID-19 and the Russian Federation's war of aggression against Ukraine and disruption of supply chain obviously harmed Georgia's economy, but we still have managed to maintain stable economic growth and make progress in achieving the country's European aspirations by getting candidate status. And of course, I want to say thank you to all the member countries who voted for Georgia and who gave us the deserved acknowledgement. So I also want to focus about the two-digit economic growth, which gave us potential to make progress in many directions, such as, for example, construction of roads and infrastructure, access to public infrastructure, and also we made very substantial progress in regard to healthcare reforms, because as we speak about the globalization and as we speak about the impact of negative consequences, we need to see also some progress that we made. And what we managed is that we have decreased public debt by 39%, which was 2 years ago 51%. And we also showed fast recovery in the tourism sector, and we are happy that we have managed to have highest FDI increase like 73%, and the investment comes from the Western countries. Unfortunately, I'm running out of the time, and I would not be able to provide some more details, but the very final conclusion is that we are #1 in the global budget transparency ranking, and I hope that together, jointly, with the cooperation with our partners, we can have greater success in many directions. Thank you very much, and please be assured that Georgia is a committed country to continue reforms and to be reliable partners in the direction to change the world for the better. Thank you.
Merci, Madame. Le tour...
Thank you, Madam. The next speaker is Mr. Goncharenko.
My dear colleagues, I think it's a very important report, but we need to speak not just about the details of this report, but the idea. Globalization in times of crisis and war, and we want to discuss it. But let us be frank, globalization failed. It failed. And this is the reality. Because we started globalization from the wrong end. We started the globalization from economic globalization. The idea was, let us be economically globalized, and then countries which have different values from us, countries which doesn't care absolutely about human rights, democracy, rule of law, they will change. They are not going to. That doesn't work like this. Globalization should start with globalization of ideas, of values. That is the start of globalization. That is, when we will have a globalized values, when democracy, rule of law, human rights will be a global value, we will easily globalize everything else. But when not, we're just playing silly games. I took headlines from Chinese news. Top 5. #1, supporting the international system with the United Nations at its core. #2, injecting new energy into economic globalization. #3, necessity to firmly uphold the international order underpinned by international law. Do you really believe that they believe in this? That the Chinese state believes in this? Do you believe in this? Me not. And you also don't believe in this. They don't believe in this. They're just saying it. It's part of a game. But during this game, Europe became dependent from Russian energy completely, Chinese market completely, and then we're saying we have problems. Yes, we have problems. For me today, green energy, first of all, is the energy from the countries with the green, with the human rights, with democracy, with the rule of law, with our values. That's #1. After this, all else. We should be self-sufficient here. We should be united inside our part of the world where we share the same values. It's not about part of the world, it's not about geography. Japan, Australia, New Zealand, yes. China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, we really believe in globalization with them. So that's something we need to speak about, we need to admit it, and we need to change our attitude in order to protect the core values which are important for us. And by this, sooner or later, we will help, because the nations, these nations, they also need these values. But their governments not. And through economic globalization, we will never achieve this. But quite contrary, we can become a victim of them, which is happening right now. Let's make a right conclusions. Thank you very much.
Merci. Je donne maintenant la parole à Monsieur.
Oops.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. President. But first of all, let me congratulate the rapporteur, and I would like to direct some questions regarding these issues of globalization after the war and, of course, after these effects of COVID-19. First of all, this aspect that we are now living in which United States, Japan, and also European Union are now in the construction of an economic secure strategy. This means that economic policy is now being driven and influenced by the geopolitical events that we are assisting all over the world, which of course includes the illegal invasion of Russia against Ukraine, but also includes other threats that we know that may be upcoming in the future regarding Taiwan and China and other problems that we are assisting all over the world. So the first question that I would like to make and leave this little reflection is regarding the possibility of establishing some connections regarding some economic blocks, like we see in European Union and Mercosur, like we see with European Union and Africa, and with this strategy that already exists in these economic blocks, try to compensate and create a framework that can create a better relation between these blocks. For example, we have been talking about migration, and we've been talking about the difficulty of financing, and we know that regarding European Union, the asset of having a currency like the euro is something that some countries cannot afford, and they are struggling with finance. And we know that regarding immigration, in the case of Europe, we are struggling with an aged population that is being compensated by migration. So is there a framework that we can establish between these economic blocks, South Africa, South America, Africa, between Europe, and try to enlarge the perspectives regarding the economic relationship, and try to create a better and enlarged relationship that can bring these blocks together? Because we can see that now in the future we have to make choices regarding the economic blocks or countries in which we establish economic relationships, because these economic relationships have other consequences beyond only the economic ones. Thank you very much.
Merci, monsieur.
Thank you very much, sir. Now we have a representative from Mexico, Mrs. Olympia Tamara Giron Hernandez. Chair, Director General, the OECD has been critical of Russia's actions in Ukraine and has urged Russia to respect Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity and to abide by the ceasefire arrangements set out in the Minsk agreements. This body has been actively involved in international diplomatic efforts to find a peaceful solution, promoting dialogue and negotiation, and urging the parties to find a diplomatic and peaceful solution to the crisis in order to avoid an escalation of violence. It's also closely monitored the economic impact of the conflict on both Russia and Ukraine, as well as on the region as a whole. The outlook highlights the unusually fragile and uneven outlook for the global economy over the next few years, which will end up meaning persistent inflation, budget deficits, weak real household income growth, as well as deteriorating confidence and tighter financial conditions, all of which will dampen growth. In addition, the OECD has pointed out that high interest rates, while necessary to contain inflation, will exacerbate the financial difficulties of indebted households and businesses. Mexico has defended and will continue to defend, amongst other things, the principles of non-intervention, the peaceful settlement of disputes, the prohibition of the threat or use of force in international relations, the respect, protection, and promotion of human rights, and the struggle for peace and international security. All of these issues are related to the war between Ukraine and Russia and its consequences. The Mexican government, through the official speeches that have been given by President Andrés Manuel López Obrador, as well as by the Mexican Foreign Ministry, have reiterated these principles, making it clear that Mexico and the international community must work for an early solution to the crisis. Given the worrying humanitarian, economic, and political consequences of the war, as predicted by the OECD. Finally, I express my hope for an early, peaceful solution through dialogue and negotiation, which could be promoted by the OECD member countries to end the armed conflict between Russia and Ukraine. Thank you. Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Ms. Lesia Vasilenko from Ukraine.
Il faut ouvrir votre micro.
Ah oui. Oui, merci pour la parole. I'd like to start by thanking the rapporteurs on the work they've done on this extensive report, which covers really everything, from climate change to economic development to inflation and to the risks that we have already lived through and the risks that are yet to come. And all this not just for the Council of Europe countries, but far beyond, because of course we are talking about the OECD, which is more a global, worldwide organization. Reports like this one are very important as they take our discussion beyond our home countries and beyond our home continent. And they urge to look at the interconnections in the world and also at institutional interconnections. What is also important to realize for all of us is that the crisis has become the modus vivendi rather than an exception in our lives. It certainly feels like that in Ukraine. Just yesterday, myself and my colleagues, we woke up at 4 a.m. because the air raid alarms on our phones went off. Of course, we were here in Strasbourg in the safety of our hotels, but back at home, there was an all-out air raid on all of Ukraine. 40 missiles were launched, Kiev and Kharkiv were hit, and 60 people were wounded, 4 were killed. There's destruction everywhere, and this is something that happens in our lives every 3 or 4 days for the last 2 years. This has become the norm. Apart from the massive pain and loss that it causes at a country level, these attacks have also global implications. Hunger has suddenly become a possibility again, and not in Ukraine, but in some African countries, because of Russia's blockade of the Black Sea. The new sky-high energy prices hopefully have taught many important lessons to everyone in the world, and the lesson goes something like this. You cannot buy up cheap energy resources becoming dependent on dictatorships and countries which disregard human rights and basic freedoms. The war has also become a major contributor to migration, and not just the 16 million displaced persons in Ukraine, of which some 7 million are beyond Ukraine's borders, but also there's a risk of migration hitting at a global level. And I wanted to underscore these points which are, of course, in the report very clearly made, just to make sure that we also think about the recovery period, because the recovery period of the war is another stress, is another risk and crisis which is still awaiting our continent and the world beyond. It will take a couple of years for things to go back to normal. And this is where I urge our countries to think about the resources, the strategies, which will be implied and implored. And first, the strategy must be of the continuing of sanctions on the Russian Federation, and second, of the use of Russia's money, especially the frozen assets that sit today in so many central banks across Europe and across the world. That money must be used for the recovery and for the tackling of the crisis that has been created by Russia's aggression against Ukraine. Thank you.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam, for your words. We now move on to Ms. Anna-Kristiina Mikkonen from Finland.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, chers collègues.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, dear colleagues. This new context is the result, amongst others, of shocks caused by COVID-19 as well as the war carried out by the Russian Federation against Ukraine. After the pandemic and war, we've also seen a consecutive energy war and one which has affected the cost of living. Inflation has also accentuated the tensions that exist on public expenditure. The economic crisis has affected the economic welfare of vulnerable groups, especially, such as young people and children, as well as those households with lower incomes. The majority of the countries of the OECD have significant problems with budgetary deficits, an elevated public debt, and low expectation of economic growth. The medium and long-term effects with the aging of population, the increase of prices related to the services, will continue to have a negative effect on public expenditure devoted to retirement and to the healthcare system. A fair fiscal system based on redistribution will allow for the governments to be able to raise the funds necessary for the proper functioning of public services and is a fundamental working point of democracy. Public debt at the moment, if we take into account the economic perspectives and economic dependency, have been pointed out by the geopolitical agency that recently asked for the creation of, or called for the creation of, economic blocs to fight against these negative economic impacts of globalization, in which the OECD could play a more visible role. Policies that favor social cohesion and fight against social inequality must be put into place in keeping with the proposals made by the International Labour Organization around youth employment, education, public health, training, and decent retirements. Public policies must simultaneously contribute towards environmental protection and towards social justice. The polarization of political discourse and geopolitical tension, growth in inequality, the crisis of the public healthcare system are all having effect on democratic processes, all of which is worsened by disinformation and misinformation. People's trust in public institutions are being challenged, and many governments are trying to promote their democratic processes. Altogether, this is making us stronger. Thank you very much for your attention.
Merci, Madame. Je voulais vous féliciter pour votre...
Thank you very much, and I congratulate you on your French, which is significantly much, much better than my Finnish.
Madame Nadeja Jordanova.
Thank you, Chair President. Dear Mr. Corman, dear Rapporteur, I will speak in favor of the draft resolution and the report. I firmly believe that strengthening the cooperation between PACE, OECD, and the European Parliament is the way forward in this worrying time of polycrisis. One of the fundamental factors behind globalization and multilateralism over the past decades have been our shared values and the readiness to uphold them. Following Russia's full-scale invasion in Ukraine, democracy, freedom, territorial integrity, national sovereignty, international order, and human rights have been faced with the most significant challenge since the end of World War II. 183 conflicts were documented for 2023, largest number over the past 3 decades. The security and economic risks for the international community seem at their peak. We need to accept that while globalization has brought plenty of economic, social, and political benefits on a global scale, it is also a source of complex security risks. The voices against globalization in different states are often ideologically and organizationally motivated by Russia. We should recognize the urgent need to systematically tackle disinformation and address social inequalities. As those individuals and groups that do not enjoy the benefits of globalization easily turn into its opponents. We should also humbly understand that people feel fear and insecurities in this time of rapid transformation of their lives. It is our responsibility to ensure that no one is left behind. The joint efforts of the Council of Europe and OECD could make the difference. Bulgaria is among the 5 OECD candidate countries which have received the accession roadmap for joining the organization. It is one of Bulgaria's top priorities, and my country works hard for it. In June 2023, the newly formed government announced our hope for full accession to the OECD within the next 3 years. Today, we remain committed to ensure rule of law and to continue our efforts to fight against corruption, especially in the light of the recently adopted ambitious judicial reform. Despite the long-standing negative economic effects stemming from COVID-19 and Russia's aggressions against Ukraine, in 2023, Bulgaria kept its budget deficit within less than 3% of GDP and registered 2% of economic growth compared to the average 0.5% for the EU. In 2024, we expect the national growth to be around 3%. As a community with shared values, we should even further deepen our economic cooperation and stay together in defense of multilateralism and the values of peace and human life. Together, we are stronger and better capable of ensuring regional and international stability and prosperity. Thank you.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you very much. And the last speaker that we'll be able to hear from is going to be Mr. Markus Wischel from Sweden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm honored to attend this debate held within the framework of our traditional enlarged assembly. Enlarged signifies that we have the participation of parliamentarians from countries that do not form part of the Council of Europe, but which nevertheless belong to the OECD. Our debate could surely have been held against the background of a world economy in a better state than we have right now. And dear colleagues, as we all know, an economic crisis, regardless of its cause, will always hit the world's poor the hardest. From an OECD perspective, we see the consequences such as raising food scarcities and a surge in inflation due to Russia's brutal and unprovoked invasion of Ukraine. My own reflection in reading the reports and the draft resolution is how so many so-called tipping points there seem to be, confronting the world at this moment. Tipping points like whether, and if so when, peace can be restored in the ongoing war that I mentioned, or beyond, which point they may be bound to dramatically expand. Or whether world poverty can be contained and remedied, or risk to deepen even further. Or whether inflation can be tamed in time before it reaches the point of a runaway, unstoppable process, hurting middle class and low-income classes the most. Dear colleagues, before I stop, I must stress the important message of my dear colleague, my group colleague, Mr. Goncharenko from Ukraine. We've looked at globalization in the wrong way, here and in other places. We cannot only look at the economic globalization. Thank you, dear President.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you very much. Now we need to close the list of speakers. Those who were not able to speak within 4 hours can send their typewritten speeches to the table office to appear in the minutes. It should not be larger than 400 words and must be sent by email. I would like now to call on the response from the committee. Mr. Weeks, the floor is yours. 3 minutes, sir.
Oui, je ne ferai pas de commentaires.
I have no particular comments to make on the report. Thank you, President.
Thank you very much. The general debate is now closed. The Committee on Foreign Affairs and Democracy has, on Political Affairs and Democracy has presented this resolution for which 15 amendments have been filed. They will be called in the order in which they appear in the text as published with all of the amendments together. And I recall, colleagues, that the time for each amendment is limited to 30 seconds to moving the amendments.
Monsieur Corman, vous voulez vous exprimer?
Mr. Corbyn, was there something you wanted to say?
C'est possible, vous avez 3 minutes.
You can. Go ahead, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Mr. President, I won't make a long intervention, but just to thank everyone for their contributions to this debate and on behalf of the OECD to again reinforce how much we look forward to our continued close cooperation with the Council of Europe and indeed how much we look forward to strengthening that cooperation further. I thought, I've taken good note of the issues that have been raised and of course we'll review the record and we will reflect on how we can respond to the feedback that's been provided during this debate and further improve our work. I thought I'd just make a couple of very quick observations. Firstly, of course, I agree with the observation that's been made that we don't just need more global cooperation, we also need more global cooperation done the right way and also in relation to the right issues. And I guess I would like to reassure the Parliamentary Assembly that the priorities and the areas that we work on and the way we work on it is very much driven by our membership, by the 38 member countries and the European Union. We are a member-led organisation and we focus on those areas that are important to our membership. And in that context, and given some of the comments that have been made here in this debate, let me reinforce again our very strong support for Ukraine. We will continue to do everything we can, working closely with the government of Ukraine, working closely with our member states, working closely with the European Union and other international organizations in supporting Ukraine's reconstruction, reform and modernization efforts, deploying all of our capabilities at the OECD. Let me also make an observation quickly in relation to international tax reform. Governments around the world have to raise revenue in order to fund the essential services that are required by their populations across a wide range of areas, from national security to social services, health, education, social support, you name it. And governments need to raise those funds in a way that is as efficient and least distorting to economic growth as possible, and they need to raise those funds in a way that is also equitable and fair and seen as being equitable and fair. And for internationally operating businesses, it's very important for them to have international agreements that govern our tax arrangements because in terms of the spectrum of risks from no taxation to double taxation, there are a lot of undesirable potential outcomes and they are addressed through effective international cooperation, and the OECD indeed has a long history of doing important work in this field, working together with more than 140 countries around the world through the inclusive framework on base erosion and profit shifting. And it's true that we have facilitated international agreement on a minimum level of corporate taxation at 15%, which is now in effect, and we also hope to finalize the Pillar 1 part of the tax reform agenda to make our international tax arrangements fairer and work better in a digitalized, globalized world economy. Let me finish very quickly by also making the point that some of the challenges we face as a global community can only be tackled by working together with as many countries around the world as possible. We will not be able to solve some of the structural challenges that we're facing as a global community just by engaging with our closest friends who already agree with us. The truth is that if we only talk to our friends, we will not be able to tackle climate change. We will not be able to ensure well-functioning global markets. We will not be able to ensure that we seize all of the benefits of the digital transformation while also making sure we better manage some of the risks, challenges and disruptions associated with it. So I just leave you with this final thought. International cooperation is important. Our values, our shared values have stood the test of time, but in solving and tackling the challenges in front of us, I think that we do need to continue to engage widely and try and find the best possible way forward for people all around the world. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Corman. So I come back to what I was saying before. I was talking about the fact that the Committee on Political Affairs and Democracy has presented a draft resolution. 15 amendments have been tabled. They will be called in the order in which they will appear in the text that brings all of these amendments together. I'd like to recall you that the time for speeches on each amendment can be no longer than 30 seconds. I've been informed by the chairperson of the Committee on Political Affairs and Democracy that the committee would like to have the Assembly considers Amendment 1, 13, 2, 10, 9, 3, 12, 14, 4, 5, 11, 7, and 8 to the draft resolution, which were unanimously approved by the committee. They should be declared as agreed by the Assembly. Isn't that correct, Mr. Boo? Yes, that's right. We're talking about those 14 amendments. Yes, sir. Then there would be just one other amendment. Are there any objections to doing that? I see no objection. I declare that all those amendments, the ones I just mentioned, 113, 2, 10, 9, 3, 12, 14, 4, 5, 11, 7, and 8, to the draft resolution have been agreed definitively. As a consequence thereof, Amendment 6 falls and will not be moved. We move directly on to the debate of Amendment number 15. Amendment number 15 has an oral sub-amendment by the committee. I would give the floor to Ms. Maria Mensenseva to move Amendment 15, please. Go ahead, please. 30 seconds.
Merci, le Président.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
We suggest a very minor change to the text. We suggest to insert in the paragraph 16 the wording after mentioning Brazil, Bulgaria, Croatia, Peru, and Romania, as well as the preparation of the accession roadmap for Ukraine, which has made an application to join the OECD, and it was referred also in our discussions at the committee. Thank you, Chairman.
La présidence a été saisie par la commission des questions.
The Committee on Political Affairs and Democracy has been informed of the following oral sub-amendment in the second line of Amendment 15 to replace the words "as well as the preparation of the accession roadmap for Ukraine" with the words "as well as the opening of an initial accession dialogue with Ukraine." In my opinion, the oral sub-amendment is in order under our rules. However, it should be taken into account that if 10 representatives opposed to that, then it would be removed unless 10 or more members would object to the sub-amendment being debated. Is there anyone who would object to this sub-amendment? That's not the case. We do not have those 10 objections. We're going to examine this oral sub-amendment. I would like to give the floor to Mr. Bouygues to support the oral sub-amendment. You have 30 seconds, please. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is an amendment that's just technical in nature, which is presented by the experts, the technical experts from the OECD for this oral sub-amendment, just to make it more clear and to better reflect the true situation. As you pointed out, we just want to replace the sentence "as well as the preparation of the accession roadmap for Ukraine" with the words "as well as the opening of an initial accession dialogue with Ukraine." Thank you very much. And yes, I would call in favor of this sub-amendment. Thank you very much. Would anyone like to speak against this oral sub-amendment?
Je ne vois personne.
I see no one asking for the floor. The opinion of the author of the amendment on the oral sub-amendment, what is that, please? Ms. Mezenseva, do you agree with the sub-amendment?
Oui, c'est normal, amendment.
Yes, I think it's quite in order. It's just fine, thank you. And the opinion of the committee obviously is favorable as well. Yes, I've got both of those roles here, Chairperson, so yes, I can say I would support that in this role as well. Everyone's in agreement, so now we're going to move on to a vote on the oral sub-amendment. The vote is open.
Le scrutin est clos.
The vote is closed. I would ask for the results to be displayed, please. The sub-amendment is agreed to. This now brings us back to the main amendment number 15. Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment as sub-amended?
Je ne vois personne.
I see no requests to speak against it. What's the opinion of the committee, please?
L'avis de la Commission, Monsieur le Président.
The opinion of the committee is favorable, Chairperson. Favorable to Amendment 15. All right, everyone agrees with it, so the vote is now open. The vote is closed. I would ask for the results to be displayed, please. Amendment number 15 is adopted, is agreed to. We're going to proceed to the vote on the draft resolution contained in document 15868 as amended. The vote is open.
Le scrutin est...
The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. The draft resolution in document 15868 as amended is adopted. Congratulations to the authors thereof.
Oui. Voilà, quelqu'un veut s'exprimer?
If there's someone who would like to speak, go ahead, please.
Grazie, Presidente. So I take the floor to announce, to correct the vote of yesterday. I want to maybe record in the minutes, in 1 minute, that yesterday, during the vote on the resolution on the issue of migration in election campaigns, I mistakenly cast an abstentive vote, whereas my intention was to approve the resolution. So it was a mistake, and I call for a verbalization of my volunteer.
Nous en prenons note. Ce sera inscrit au PV.
Thank you. We take note of that. That will, of course, be stated in the proceedings. I would like to remind you now that voting is open in the second round of the election for the Council of Europe Commissioner for Human Rights and a judge to the European Court of Human Rights. The votes will close at 6. So for those of you who have not yet voted, you just about have time to go and do your electoral duty. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, the next item on the agenda is a debate on the challenge on substantive ground to the credentials of the delegation of Azerbaijan, which are still unratified. We will first hear from Mr. Morgan Gessen on behalf of the Monitoring Committee. Then we will hear from Mrs. Ingrid Skau for an opinion on behalf of the Committee on Rules of Procedure, Immunities and Institutional Affairs. In order to finish by 6:25 p.m., I will interrupt the list of speakers at about 6:15 p.m. to allow time for the reply and vote on the draft resolution. I call now Mr. Jensen. You have 7 minutes and 3 minutes at the end of to reply to the debate. Mr. Jensen.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, on Monday here in the Assembly chamber, our colleague Frank Schwabe, along with more than 30 members of the Assembly, challenged the still unratified credentials of the Azerbaijani delegation on substantive grounds on the basis of Article 8 of the Rules of Procedure of our Assembly. He cited, among other things, political prisoners in the country, the violent displacement of people from Nagorno-Karabakh, cases of lack of cooperation with the Assembly rapporteurs, and the lack of an invitation to the Assembly to observe the country's 7th February presidential election. Therefore, in line with Article 8.3 of the Rules of Procedure, the Monitoring Committee has seized for a report on substantial grounds and adopted a report on this yesterday. I would like to recall that at the committee's meeting in Rome last December, it adopted a report honouring the commitments and obligations by Azerbaijan. The report has already been tabled, but has not yet been published on the Assembly's website, since 2 days after the adoption of this report, the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan announced a snap presidential election scheduled for 7th of February 2024. Therefore, the report is not yet in the public domain, but will be published shortly after the snap presidential election and discussed in the Assembly during the April part session. In acceding to the Council of Europe on 25 of January 2001, the Republic of Azerbaijan has agreed to honour several specific commitments which are listed in the Assembly resolution, and has accepted the obligations incumbent on all member states under Article 3 of the Statutes of the Council of Europe. Compliance with the principles of pluralist democracy and the rule of law, as well as respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms of all persons placed under its jurisdiction. Unfortunately, more than 20 years after joining the Council of Europe, Azerbaijan has still not fulfilled major commitments stemming from its membership of our organisation. Very serious concerns remain as to its ability to conduct free and fair elections, the separation of powers, the weakness of its legislature vis-à-vis the executive, the independence of the judiciary, and respect for human rights, as illustrated by numerous judgments of the European Court of Human Rights and opinions of the Venice Commission. In particular, the issue of the numerous political prisoners has not been resolved, although it was already problematic at the time of the country's accession to the Council of Europe. According to the credible NGOs reports, as of 1st of December 2023, there were 254 political prisoners in Azerbaijan. Therefore, the systemic issue of using criminal prosecution against government critics has not been resolved, despite the Assembly's resolution on reported cases of political prisoners in Azerbaijan of January 2020. Moreover, this evening, our chamber will debate a report on the Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights on allegations of systematic torture and inhuman and degrading treatment or punishment in places of detention in Europe, which refers to some shocking cases of torture by law enforcement authorities in Azerbaijan, including the so-called Tatar cases. Myself, also being the Assembly's General Rapporteur on media freedom and safety of journalists, is particularly concerned about the increased number of violations of freedom of expression, illustrated namely by the recent wave of arrests of journalists from the independent Absaz media outlet. It started with the arrest of Ulvi Hasanli and two of his collaborators on the 20th and 21st of November. In January, two other Absaz journalists, Nargis Absalamova and Ilanara Gasimova, as well as Hafiz Babali, the financial editor of the news agency Turan, were arrested and placed in pre-trial detention in connection with the Absaz case. And the same is the case for 5 other journalists. This only confirms the worrying trend of arbitrary arrests of government critics, which was spotted in the monitoring report of our committee and in a report by the Culture Committee on media freedom, which will be debated in the Assembly tomorrow. Since our colleague Frank Schwabe also referred to the recent events concerning Nagorno-Karabakh, I can only recall that last year the Assembly adopted 2 resolutions on this subject based on reports of the Migration Committee. Besides these substantive issues, there have been flagrant cases of non-cooperation with the Assembly from the Azerbaijani side. In particular, our committee's rapporteurs on Azerbaijani were not allowed to meet the persons detained on allegedly politically motivated charges during the 2 visits to Baku in 2023. Moreover, the Assembly has not been invited to observe the forthcoming presidential election, despite Azerbaijan's obligation to send such an invitation to the country because it's under monitoring procedure. And these refusals are a clear lack of cooperation in the Assembly's monitoring procedure in the meaning of Rule 282b. And furthermore, the Azerbaijani delegation did not cooperate with the rapporteur of the Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights, Mrs. Hannah Badel, and our rapporteur from the Migration Committee, Mr. Paul Gavan, who could not access the Lachin corridor. So conclude, all these issues cast serious doubt as to the compliance of the Republic of Azerbaijan with its commitments and obligations to the Council of Europe. Under the rules, the Assembly must vote for one of 3 options: to ratify the credentials, not to ratify them, or to ratify them together with depriving or suspending the exercise of some of the rights of participation or representation of members of the delegations. Myself, and the Monitoring Committee have reflected on all these options, and the gravity of human rights violations and the non-observance of basic principles of pluralist democracy and the rule of law convince me that the sanctions for such serious and long-lasting disrespect for the country's statutory obligations cannot be symbolic. But the cited cases of non-cooperation with the Assembly only can reinforce this conviction. And therefore, the conclusion of the Monitoring Committee is that the Assembly should not ratify the credentials of the Azerbaijani delegations. An amendment was tabled to this report, adding that the delegation may resume its activities in the Assembly when conditions provided by the rules of procedure are met. And this morning, during the Monitoring Committee meeting, I supported this amendment and the committee approved it unanimously. And I think it is important, as this amendment does, to leave the door open, of course, for the Azerbaijani delegation in case there is an improvement regarding the country's compliance with the basic principles of the Council of Europe and the obligations and commitments stemming from its membership of our organization, as well as its cooperation with our Assembly. So, on these grounds, I of course sincerely hope that we will have a good debate and you all will support our draft resolution. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. I now call Mrs. Kau. Dear Ingrid, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Mr. Jensen, for the speedy work on this very important report. Challenges of credentials on substantive grounds are few and far between. You can see this from the list in the opinion for which I am rapporteur. And colleagues, this rapporteurship is a task I did not take lightly. It is a task that our committee did not take lightly. The consideration of the report of Mr. Jensen and the monitoring committee is a task our Assembly should not take lightly. Depriving the right of the parliamentary delegation to partake in our work is serious business. And President, my task and the task of the Rules Committee is to consider if the challenge of credential is in compliance with our rules of procedure. As you can see from the opinion, the conclusion of the Rules Committee is that the report by the Monitoring Committee is indeed in compliance with our rules. A formal requirement for a challenge of credentials on substantive grounds set out in Rule 8.1 is that such a challenge must be supported by at least 30 members representing at least 5 delegations. This requirement was met. Another requirement is that the reason for the challenge must be presented. This was also met, Mr. President. There were no irregularities in the plenary, and President, the report of Mr. Jensen and the Monitoring Committee details the grounds for the challenge which Mr. Schwabe presented in the plenary on Monday, which Rules 8.2 requires. The grounds are serious violations of our basic principles, persistent failure to honour obligations and commitments, and lack of cooperation in our monitoring procedure. This has been presented by Mr. Jensen. The conclusion of the Monitoring Committee, based on the facts presented in the report, is a proposal not to ratify the credentials of the delegation from Azerbaijan. This is all in the line with our rules of procedure, and this is the conclusion of the opinion of the Rules Committee. Adopting the resolutions means that Azerbaijan cannot participate in any work of our Assembly until new credentials are presented in January 2025. This, unless a new parliament is elected and present their credentials in the meantime. President and colleagues, being a member of the Council of Europe commits. Continuing on a path of democracy is a necessity. I hope that we can welcome the Azerbaijani delegation in our hemicycle again. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Kau. Dear colleagues, we now move to the debate. We will first hear from the speakers on behalf of the political groups, and I call Mr. Paul Gavan on behalf of United European Left to take the floor. Mr. Gavan.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the United European Left, I want to endorse the recommendation not to ratify the credentials of the Azerbaijan delegation. This is undoubtedly a sad day for the Assembly. It is never good to lose the representation of a member state, but it is an absolutely necessary action. It is a necessary action because the substantive grounds as set out in the resolution are of such a magnitude that this action has to be taken. The Azerbaijan government has consistently displayed a flagrant disregard for the key principles of the Council of Europe. The resolution lists numerous reports from this Assembly that have detailed concerns across several areas of human rights. Now, I listened carefully today to the speech of Mr. Seyedov, the leader of the Azerbaijan delegation. He spoke outside of the hemicycle today at 3 o'clock. He spoke of an orchestrated smear campaign against his country, and he made charges of political corruption and ethnic and religious hatred, and accused member states of attempting to unduly interfere with the ongoing electoral process in Azerbaijan. And he also spoke of grave and irreversible consequences. And I have to say, I think all of these words are really unfortunate. At no point did Mr. Sayedov attempt to deal with any of the issues as set out in this resolution. And I'm afraid to say that is indeed very telling. The resolution cites very serious concerns with regard to Azerbaijan's ability to conduct free and fair elections, and also with regard to the separation of powers, the weakness of its legislature vis-à-vis the executive, the independence of the judiciary, and respect for human rights. The resolution lists so many reports that have been completed by this Assembly that I could use the rest of my time just listing them. Azerbaijan will feature heavily in a report that we will debate later this evening on systemic torture and inhuman or degrading treatment and punishment. The details of these acts of torture and murder are truly horrifying and an affront to all that this institution should stand for. I had the privilege of acting as rapporteur on 2 reports in relation to Azerbaijan, one on the humanitarian consequences of the conflict in 2020 and one on free and safe access through the Liechtenstein corridor. I did have some cooperation, was able to visit Azerbaijan in the first report, but tellingly I was not able to access the political prisoners or get cooperation in relation to those who had disappeared. In relation to the Liechtenstein corridor, I was given no cooperation whatsoever, and it became a bizarre event whereby the Azerbaijan delegation would insist that there was free and safe access through the Liechtenstein corridor, but when I asked for that access, I was consistently told that I could not access the Liechtenstein corridor. It would be funny if it wasn't for the absolutely tragic consequences and the ethnic cleansing that we have all witnessed. I took no pleasure in predicting that that would be the case when I reported earlier this year. So, colleagues, unfortunately, this is a very sad day. I think we should all endorse this recommendation and hope that Azerbaijan will listen and listen well and work towards coming back into this Assembly in a way that respects the principles that this Assembly stands by.
I call now on behalf of the Socialists. Democrats and Greens, the leader of the party, Mr. Frank Schwabe.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Professor Dr. Gubat Ibadolu is a professor, a very well-recognized professor from Azerbaijan. He should be professor at the university in Dresden just now. He's someone who is credible, who will work for the best of his own country, it's Azerbaijan. But unfortunately, he's imprisoned for nothing, just for speaking the truth, for speaking about the situation in Azerbaijan around corruption in the political sphere. And he is not alone. There are more than 200. I stopped to count them because it looks like that every day, every week, we have more and more political prisoners. He's one of political prisoners in Azerbaijan. And it's a shame that in this year, in this organization, we have a member country with political prisoners. We are before an election, and everybody knows the result of the election already. On the 17th and the 7th of February, we know the result of the election. These elections don't fulfill the minimum criteria of democratic elections, and the one before were the same, and before, and before, and before. It's always the same. But this is problematic enough. But it's not the reason to challenge the credential of the delegation of Azerbaijan. We challenge the credentials because the delegation of Azerbaijan is responsible for cooperation with this Parliamentary Assembly. We just do our job, and the job is in the rules. We appoint rapporteurs. We decide about reports. We need free access to the member country. We have the obligation to send an election observation mission. The country has the obligation to invite us, and the obligation is the obligation from the Parliament, represented by the delegation in this Parliamentary Assembly. And the more problematic is that Azerbaijan tried to play us against other international organizations, against the OECD. 2015, we were invited because it was a corrupted, and we have the proof about it, election observation mission from this organization. The OSCE was prevented to come. Now they invite the OECD, and they don't want to have the Council of Europe with an election observation mission. If we let this happen, we open the box of the Pandora. And then it's not just about Azerbaijan. We have a responsibility to 46, 45 other member countries as well. When a country can decide which observation they like, from which organization they like an observation mission, which rapporteur they like, which report they like, and they choose one or another, this ends to nowhere. If we let it happen with Azerbaijan, and it happened more and more and more, then at the end it will happen with all the member countries. So we have an obligation towards the democratic situation of human rights and rule of law in Azerbaijan, but for the whole organization. Because of this, I ask you to support the report from Morgan Jansen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Schwab. I give now the floor on behalf of the EPP to the leader of the party, Mr. Ivo Davos-Stier. Dear Davos.
Thank you, President. Dear colleagues, when I was elected chair of the EPP group a few days ago, I did not imagine that my first intervention will be about not ratifying the credentials of a national delegation. And I believe that nobody here was looking forward to this situation. Actually, we were all looking forward to the celebration of the 75th anniversary of the Council of Europe by redoubling the efforts of every national delegation in promoting and defending democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. Still, we are now in this position. We are in this situation due to the decisions taken by the authorities in Baku to disregard all the signals that were sent by this assembly, not fulfilling the obligations of every member state in the Council of Europe and of every delegation in this assembly. And there were many signals. In the report, you will find all the resolutions that were passed sending such a signal to the authorities and to our colleagues in the Azeri delegation. The response, unfortunately, was the decision that they will not allow the rapporteurs of this assembly to go to the places in Azerbaijan where they were tasked by this assembly to do their job. The response was by the authorities in Baku that they will not invite this assembly to send an observation mission to the elections, to the presidential elections in February. So in accordance with the resolution 2517 passed by this assembly just a few months ago, on Monday the credentials were challenged. The monitoring committee examined the issue with an opinion from the Rules Committee, and they understood that these credentials cannot be ratified, and we will support this decision of the committee. Now, make no mistake about it, Azerbaijan is not expelled from the Council of Europe. And let's also make very clear, we look forward to the fulfillment of the criteria by Azerbaijan, and therefore resuming the activities of the Azeri delegation in the Parliamentary Assembly in accordance with the rules of procedure, as we have specified also in this amendment that we tabled yesterday. So to sum up, the doors continue to be open. The obligations remain also there, and they need to be fulfilled. In all these efforts, we all should remain committed to a culture of dialogue, but a meaningful dialogue that is based on our core values of democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stier. Before I give the floor to the next speaker, I want to announce, as it is 6 p.m., I declare now the voting of the election of the Council of Europe Commissioner for Human Rights and the election of 3 judges to the European Court of Human Rights is closed. For the second round of the election of Council of Europe Commissioner, as I said, for human rights and for the 3 judges to the European Court of Human Rights. Please, could the tellers for each political group go to the designated room to attend the counting? The result will be announced, if possible, before the close of today's sitting. And now I call Mr. Oleksiy Goncharenko to speak on behalf of the European Conservatives. Dear Oleksiy, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. It's really a very sad moment for me, and I think for many of my colleagues. And nothing good is happening right now. We just need to acknowledge this and to understand this. I have a question to all of us. Where somebody will be happy with what's going on now right here? In Moscow, definitely. In Baku, I don't think so. In Strasbourg, no. In Kiev, no. So the only one player will be happy to see the divisions in the free world, the country which was violating everything here. But at the same time, I just need to remind you, for many years, it was tolerated here with all Russian Federation was doing. And now they will use it, believe me, against all of us, against Azerbaijan, against us, against all of us, against our values. We need to remember this. One more question. Is it making us stronger? No, I don't believe so. We have a problem. I agree with many words said about the problems which we have and questions that we have to Azerbaijan. But let us be frank. Azerbaijan is a member of this organization from 2001. Is it really the situation got so worse just now? Then it worse? I don't think so. No. I think that now is a very bad moment because we see Azerbaijan restored its territorial integrity and moving to a peace treaty with Armenia, which is something we're all praying for. We want to see peace in South Caucasus, not like Moscow, not like Iran. We want to see peace between these two nations. And they're moving to this. We see how they're moving to this moment now. I am very much concerned, even if what we are doing today for one day will postpone this peace treaty, it would be bad. So I think it would be better to be now together and inside Council of Europe to make this treaty, to make finally this peace, which is so wanted by all these nations. That is so important. And also I want to address to people of Azerbaijan. You belong to free world. We want to see you here. That's very important. We want to fight for every nation which wants to be a part of a free world. That's very important for us. Please, let us forget about emotions. I urge both our assembly and Azerbaijan to make steps towards one another, to make right decisions, and to move ahead, building the better world, more peaceful world, on a basis of our common values, and that is really very important. Yashas in Azerbaijan, vive l'Europe. I believe that we can deal with this, and we are waiting Azeri delegation here back. Thank you.
Thank you, Oleksiy. I give now the floor to Mr. Bjarni Johnson on behalf of ALDE.
Mr. President, today, this institution, the Council of Europe, our Assembly, is choosing between Azerbaijan credentials and its own. Because if we allow ourselves to be separated from our rules, our obligations, our commitments to protecting human rights in our own member states, we collectively undermine and lose our credibility. Some say, and rightly, we need to continue the dialogue. This is not the end of a dialogue with Azerbaijan. It is the beginning of a firm dialogue which we all want to see producing effective results for the good of our institution and the people of Azerbaijan. As a part of this dialogue, we need to put an end to repeated violations of our rules and principles. We need to have the same rules for all. We need to hold all member states to the same standards, small or large. Our European democracies are not established once and for all. We need to strive to uphold them each and every day, continuously in all parts of our continent, and we shall stay united around our values as stated in the Reykjavik Declaration. We need to uphold shared standards for safeguarding the founding principles of our institution, our assembly, of democracy, the rule of law, and human rights. Let us start the dialogue by reminding our member states and our dear colleagues from Azerbaijan not only of their rights, but also of their obligations. In this way, we show respect to both the people of Azerbaijan and to ourselves and this institution that we hold so dear. As stated in the report, we have had a dramatic escalation in domestic politics with more and more political prisoners, the violent displacement of more than 100,000 people in Nagorno-Karabakh, the lack of cooperation with the Assembly rapporteurs, as well as the non-invitation to the Assembly to observe the early presidential elections, which will take place on the 7th of February. I should note that we have herein important amendment proposed that would enable us to re-invite Azerbaijan when they have fulfilled their commitments to our organization. All this said, we should take a stand with the rapporteur and the monitoring committee to not ratify the credentials of the Azerbaijani delegation.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. In the debate, I call next Mr. Saman Seydov. Mr. Seydov is not here. I'm going on with Mrs. Yves Crustin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I was expecting to have our Azeri colleagues here to take the floor. That's why I wanted to take the floor as well. As you know, I've been away here from this assembly for 5 years now, and I'm coming back, and I'm coming with the news that time travel is actually possible, because I feel sent back to the year 2013 or 2018. We deal today with the exact same problems with Azerbaijan than 10 years ago. And I looked at the resolutions that are mentioned in the rapporteur's draft. And they cover the exact same topics, the same issues with the rule of law and democracy, the same issues with human rights than our reports covered back then in 2015. Therefore, it is to me crystal clear that no progress was made, absolutely none, by Azerbaijan in all those years. And they also don't give the impression that they are willing to improve the situation. On the contrary. And therefore, it is absolutely right that this assembly reacts by challenging the credentials of the delegation. Yes, it is absolutely necessary for the credibility of this assembly to take action today, even if it is a sad move that nobody really enjoys taking. Please vote for this resolution, and let's tell our colleagues from Azerbaijan that we are not just a happy gathering of some European parliamentarians, but that we take our commitment seriously when it comes to human rights, when it comes to rule of law and democracy. Human rights defenders, journalists, NGOs in Azerbaijan cannot operate freely. Prisons are filling with political prisoners. Elections don't meet our standards. The Council of Europe cannot turn a blind eye on this anymore. Our door stays open, but things have to change in Azerbaijan for the better.
Merci, Monsieur Crustin. Monsieur François Bonneau.
Monsieur le Président, chers collègues.
President, colleagues, all member states which accede to the Council of Europe undertake to respect a certain number of rules and duties. This is difficult sometimes and requires great efforts. Mr. Jensen's report has been particularly rigorous in this sense. He shows that over the 20 years since joining the Council of Europe on the 25th of January 2001, Azerbaijan has still not complied with the main commitments stemming from that. Our Assembly has on several occasions adopted resolutions underlining the extent to which it has challenges facing to implement these values. The fight against corruption, respect of LGBTI persons, restrictions on NGO activities, or the freedom of journalists, while 18 journalists and other members of the media are currently in prison. The military operation in Nagorno-Karabakh was a shock for our Assembly, and we roundly condemned it. This is a major breach of the country's commitments to reach a peaceful settlement regarding its territorial dispute with Armenia when it joined the Council of Europe. This conflict has had extremely serious humanitarian consequences, with tens of thousands of people displaced and many violations of human rights. Azerbaijan is also one of the countries in the organisation which tallies up the largest number of non-executed judgments from the court. More than 320 judgments against Azerbaijan haven't been executed or not sufficiently. Nor did Azerbaijan cooperate with rapporteurs from the Monitoring Committee when they wanted to meet people who'd been detained for political reasons, nor indeed those from the Migration Committee when they wanted to go to the Lachin corridor. This is quite a charge seat. The fact that Azerbaijan hasn't invited the Parliamentary Assembly to take part in observation for the next presidential election is yet another breach, perhaps one too many. What's the point of belonging to an organisation if you don't share its values? What does such membership mean? The signatories to the European Convention on Human Rights sign up to all the aspects of that convention. They can't just pick and choose. In the light of what I've just said, I share the position of the Monitoring Committee when it calls on us not to ratify the credentials of the Azerbaijan delegation. We have set an example. However, I do think it's important that we keep channels of dialogue open and hope that this warning shot will encourage Azerbaijan to reconsider its position and its practices. The purpose of our organisation is not to exclude countries, it's to encourage them to share our values. Therefore, I support the amendment stating that the Azerbaijan delegation could resume its activities in this Assembly once the conditions of the rules have been complied with.
Ms. Mikhailova is absent. Mr. Kamal Zafarov. Mr. Zafarov is absent. Mrs. Zeynep Yildiz.
Dear President, dear colleagues, here in this Assembly, maybe we do not share the same ideas. Of course, we do not have identical stances each and every issue. However, the major point that brings us together is to have a medium for dialogue. We see this place as a center of conflict resolution and moreover as a medium that reinforces the collaboration. Therefore, the principal motivation that distinguishes this Assembly from the European Union and other international organizations is that PACE is a platform, has the ability to have pluralism, a culture of dialogue, and maintains multilateralism. Therefore, the main challenge awaiting us is whether we can maintain this culture or not, and to be sure that every opinion can be expressed here in the Parliamentary Assembly of Council of Europe without being marginalized or taking sides. In the context of multilateralism of this medium, Azerbaijan's presence here is one of the hallmarks that distinguish this institution from the European Union and other international organizations. Azerbaijan's absence here will both dysfunctionalize the pluralistic nature of founding philosophy of this Assembly and eradicate the aim of conflict resolution. Under this roof, we all made speeches confirming the internationally recognized territorial integrity of Azerbaijan, including Karabakh in previous years. I would like to ask you, what has changed since then? We need to make a decision right there. Will the Parliamentary Assembly of Council of Europe become a continental organization like the European Union, or will it continue to be a platform that is based on dialogue in conflict resolution and enables the parties to talk together? Will the Parliamentary Assembly of Council of Europe choose to be an introverted structure that narrows its own space, or will it remember its identity as a global actor? In the light of these questions, I would like to express my opinion regarding that Azerbaijan is one of the indispensable members of Parliamentary Assembly of Council of Europe for preserving PACE pluralistic structure and that the Parliamentary Assembly of Council of Europe would be incomplete in the absence of Azerbaijan. I would like to call our esteemed colleagues not to approve this report and to find a way to preserve Azerbaijan's membership in this assembly. Give a chance to further dialogue with Azerbaijan delegation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, dear Zeynep. Dear colleagues, I must now interrupt the list of speakers. The speeches of members on the speakers list who have been present during the debate but have not been able to speak may be given to the table office for publication in the official report. Typewritten text must be submitted electronically within 4 hours from now. I call now Mr. Jensen to reply to the debate. Mr. Jensen, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you very much, colleagues, for your, I think, quite clear interventions in the debate, but also for your major support of the conclusions of this report. I think Mr. Gavan said it quite clearly and shortly. Yeah, this is sad. It is sad that we, for 1 year, will miss the Azerbaijani delegation in our assembly, but it's necessary. And I think just a few numbers from my report again underlines this. I have counted, at least during the last years, 14 resolutions where Azerbaijan is mentioned on violating all 3 fundamental values of our assembly: democracy, rule of law, and human rights. And the number of political prisoners itself tells us how serious this is. 254 political prisoners, a huge number of journalists being in detention, and lately 11 in a row has been sent to detention for having critical views on the developments in Azerbaijan. I think these numbers speak for themselves. Ms. Yildiz say this should be a platform for dialogue. Yes, for sure. That's why we're here, to have dialogue on promoting the core values of our assembly: rule of law, democracy, and human rights. But of course, it is necessary to have dialogue here, that we then respect the values on which we went into this organization as countries. We are here to promote rule of law, democracy, and human rights, and not in our countries disrespect the values that this organization stands for. But Mr. Stier also said something very important. It is Azerbaijan is not expelled from the Council of Europe. They still are here. They can speak in the Council of Ministers. They are still a part of this organization. And what also more have said, Mr. Schwab said it, is that the door is open. We have left the door open for the delegation to come back. And they have, the delegation, all opportunities to come back. They just have to act in accordance with the values of our organizations. So I hope that is what will happen, that the Azerbaijan delegation will find their way back to our assembly. They know what to do. So thank you very much for, I think, the clear signal that our assembly is sending. And with these words, I thank you very much for the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Does Mr. Kern, Vice Chairperson of the Monitoring Committee, wish to take the floor? You have 3 minutes, Mr. Kern.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Chers collègues, la commission de suivi soutient...
The Monitoring Committee fully supports Mr. Jensen's report, as well as the written amendment which has been forwarded by Mr. Stier, Mr. Schwab, Mrs. Ingris, Mr. Boulay, and Mr. Cotier. Over the last few months, the committee has looked at the situation in Azerbaijan on a number of occasions, most recently during the 2 visits paid by our co-rapporteurs, and in December in Rome it adopted its new report on the honouring of its obligations and commitments for the first time since the end of 2012. And it's a pity this report has not yet been made public. That would have made Mr. Jensen's life a lot easier. However, the committee fully concurs with its assessment that there have been serious violations of the principles of democracy, the rule of law, and respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms. Within the Council of Europe, I believe we have sufficient reliable sources which confirm these findings, such as resolutions and reports from this Assembly, as well as judgments from the ECHR and opinions from the Venice Commission. Moreover, the Monitoring Committee fully supports the rapporteur's line of reasoning when it comes to a lack of cooperation on the part of the Azerbaijani delegation in the monitoring process. The committee has been particularly disappointed that the co-rapporteurs have not had access to individuals in detention for political reasons, although an additional visit had been organised at the end of December of last year. That is why the Assembly has no other solution left to it other than to withhold ratification of the delegation's credentials. But, of course, that decision can be reconsidered if there is a significant improvement in the situation in the areas mentioned by the rapporteur.
The Monitoring Committee has presented a draft resolution to which one amendment has been tabled. We will now consider the amendment to the draft resolution. I would like to remind the Assembly of Rule 10.3. Members of a national delegation whose credentials are challenged may sit provisionally with the same rights as other Assembly members until the Assembly or the Standing Committee acting on behalf of the Assembly has reached a decision. However, those members shall not vote in any proceeding relating to the examination of credentials which concern them. Dear colleagues, I understand that the Vice Chairperson of the Monitoring Committee wishes to propose that Amendment 1 to the draft resolution, document under number 15898, which was unanimously approved by the Committee, should be declared as agreed by the Assembly. Is that so, Vice Chairperson?
Yes, it's so.
Does anyone object? If so, please ask for the floor by raising your hand. No objection. As there is no objection, I declare that Amendment 1 to the draft resolution have been agreed. Dear colleagues, we now proceed to vote on the draft resolution contained in document 15898 as amended. A simple majority is required. I remind you that if adopted, the credentials of the delegation of Azerbaijan will not be ratified. If the draft resolution is rejected, the credentials of the delegation of Azerbaijan will be ratified. I will repeat, since it is a sensitive issue. I remind you that if adopted, the credentials of the delegation of Azerbaijan will not be ratified. If is rejected, the credential of the delegation of Azerbaijan will be ratified. The vote is now open. Hurry up, Emanuelis. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Yes, so the result is we have 90 votes, 76 in favor, 10 against, 4 abstentions. The amendment, yes, it is adopted. The draft resolution in document 15898 as amended is adopted. Therefore, the credentials of the delegation of Azerbaijan are not ratified. The next agenda item is a debate of the report titled Allegations of Systematic Torture and Inhumane or Degrading Treatment or Punishment in Places of Detention in Europe, presented by Mr. Konstantinos Evstathiou, Rapporteur for the Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights. Dear colleagues, in order to finish by 8 p.m., I will interrupt the list of speakers at about 7:40. Mr. Evstathiou, are you ready? Mr. Evstathiou, I call now Mr. Evstathiou. You have 7 minutes and 3 minutes at the end to reply to the debate. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. We must not forget that this report I'm representing today comes after more than 70 years from entering into force of the European Convention on Human Rights. 70 years. It deals with a very serious issue. It is really disappointing that after all these years, torture and other forms of ill treatment, which are forbidden in absolute terms, still persist in Europe. If we do not finally acknowledge that this is a failure, we will continue to face the same situation 70 years later on. Documenting the frequency and scale of the violation of this fundamental obligation towards all human beings, this practice is by itself
sorry to interrupt. Dear colleagues, we have a speaker on the floor. Please be quiet.
I'm repeating that this practice is by itself far from the torture-free zone in Europe. It constitutes a serious threat to the democratic foundations of Europe and to the values for which the Council of Europe stands for. The obligation of states to prevent torture and ill treatment and to ensure no repetition of this terrible practice is absolute. Therefore, Countries that deliberately and systematically use of torture and other forms of ill treatment in places of detention should not be tolerated of sustaining their membership of the Council of Europe. The culture of impunity and the lack of accountability, the ineffectiveness of investigations, and the non-implementation of relevant judgments of the European Court of Human Rights and recommendation of CPT are clearly the main elements of this appalling situation in many member states. The judgments of the Court and the CPT reports unfortunately indicate that there are long-standing structural problems in relation to torture or ill treatment in many Council of Europe member states. The CPT report sometimes refers to the systematic and systemic or widespread nature of the problem in certain states. I have summarized all these findings in the explanatory memorandum, and we can see that problems exist in a variety of countries, such as Azerbaijan, Hungary, Serbia, Turkey, Ukraine, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Italy, Spain, and Russia. Of course, the scale and nature and the intensity of the problem varies from country to country. This is the reason why in the draft resolution I have focused on Russia, Azerbaijan and Turkey, not only on the basis of the CPT reports, but also of other reports suggesting that the problem has become systemic and widespread. For instance, we heard at our hearing last year the horrible stories of the torture conveyors in Russian prisons, documented by the Gulag.net project. With regard to Azerbaijan, I had the opportunity to meet with family members of victims of the so-called Terter cases, which were mentioned in the original motion for resolution that was merged with this report. That is why I have included in the draft resolution specific calls addressed to Russian and Azerbaijani authorities and delegation in relation to these concrete allegations and cases. With regard to Azerbaijan, although the Azerbaijani delegation has informed us on recent convictions of high-ranking officials, amended taken on board, there is still more to be done to hold all perpetrators to account. So I strongly encourage the Azerbaijani authorities to do that. I should also recall that Russia is still a state party of the CPT Convention and under an obligation to execute past and future judgments of the court finding violations of Article 3 of the Convention. In any event, since the problem of the prevention of torture does not only concern these countries, I have included in the draft resolution a general paragraph addressed to all member states. This paragraph draws on the recommendations of the CPT and the UN Special Rapporteur on torture. These include the criminalization of torture and other forms of ill treatment as self-standing offences, the abolition of statute of limitations, the applicability of the so-called trinity of procedural safeguards from detention, lawyer, doctor, and contact with family, the inadmissibility of evidence obtained through torture, the mandatory videotaping of all interrogations, regulating the maximum duration and modalities of police interviews, change of police culture in interviews, better recruitment processes, better protection of whistleblowers, independent investigations according to procedural obligation under Article 3 of the Convention, etc. With regard to the Council of Europe, what could be done better? In the draft resolution, I call the state party to the CPT Convention to agree in advance to the automatic publication of the CPT visit reports, as some states already do, and to authorize the publication of past reports if they haven't done yet. And this applies in particular to Russia, Turkey, and Azerbaijan. The automatic and mandatory publication of all CPT reports should become the rule in practice. I also propose that the CPT and the Court indicate more clearly in their decisions and reports whenever practices of torture and ill treatment are systemic or structural in the country concerned. This will help the state concerned and the Committee of Ministers to address the problem in a more comprehensive way. There should be more complementary synergies between the CO bodies, including the Assembly, the Court, the CPT and the Human Rights Commissioner, with a view to providing early warning and assistance in cases of emerging problems. In this sense, the Assembly should invite our Committee on Legal Affairs to hold exchange of views with national delegations of countries which have been found to have systemic or structural problems on the basis of CPT reports and court judgments. In this light, I call on you here to support this resolution and send a strong message that torture is incompatible with our values. Our heads of state and government at the Reykjavik summit last year recalled that the absolute prohibition of torture and other inhuman or degrading treatment must continue to be upheld. What is left is to turn our words into actions and give real substance to what we continuously repeat, that is our shared values and principles, no matter which is in violation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, dear Kostis. We now move to the debate. We will first hear from the speakers on behalf of the political groups, and I call Mr. Berdan Öztürk from the United European Left to take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I would like to say that we welcome this report, and it is eminently sensible recommendations which should get the support of everyone with a conscience. As a citizen of one of the countries singled out for its systemic practice of torture and ill treatment, I mean Turkey, I want to give an outline of what is happening in my country to show why a focus on addressing torture and ill treatment is badly needed. But I will begin with a reminder that these practices are not restricted to a few rogue states. One of the most notorious examples of torture and ill treatment is being committed by the United Kingdom on Julian Assange. Although he is not convicted of any crime, he is isolated in a 2-by-4-meter cell for over 20 hours each day. In regard to Turkey, severe isolation is a growing problem in Turkish prisons. The most extreme case is İmralı Island prison. This houses Abdullah Öcalan, whom millions of Kurds regard as their leader, and 3 other prisoners. They have to spend almost the whole day in their individual cells, and all interaction is controlled. Visits from family and lawyers, always been restricted, are now banned. In fact, there has been no communication at all with the prisoners for nearly 3 years. Öcalan was given a life sentence without possibility of parole. The European Court of Human Rights ruled that this denies him the basic right of hope. Others who were expected to be released after 30 years have had their release delayed by prison boards on the slightest excuse such as not reading enough books. Isolation is torture in itself. It can also make it easier for prisons to inflict physical torture without being observed. In Turkey, ill treatment starts from the moment of detention with physical police violence and is combated by miscarriages of justice. Of course, the time is not enough. Of course, any rules still require a government that takes them seriously, very seriously, but a clear framework is very important. Because of that, we support this resolution. Thank you very much.
Dear colleagues, next speaker on behalf of the Socialist Group is Mrs. Floridia. Ms. Floridia, you have to take the floor, please.
Thank you very much indeed, President. Colleagues, on behalf of the group of Socialists, Democrats and Greens, which I have the great pleasure of representing here, I would like to thank our colleague and rapporteur, Konstantinos Sevastatio, for having done this very important job of work with great skill. This is an extremely sensitive and thorny subject because this report details routine torture, punishments, and inhumane or degrading treatment in various detention facilities across Europe. Notwithstanding efforts and advances that have been made to protect human rights, I'm sorry to say that we still need guarantees because otherwise we have no credibility and consistency when it comes to the need to protect the rights of vulnerable individuals such as detainees. As the report emphasizes, the European Committee for the Prevention of Torture and Inhuman or Degrading Treatment, many countries, of course, have signed the accompanying convention, travels to look at whether the rights of those who are in detention are being fully respected. Dilapidated premises, overcrowding, as well as unseemly living conditions which are completely careless of the vital needs of individuals, as well as acts of intimidation, ill treatment, episodes of violence, including sexual violence, are rife. All of these reports have been gathered by the CPT during its numerous visits to detention facilities in all of the signatories to the convention. The upshot of this dramatic situation is a high number of suicides amongst detainees. I can tell you, for example, in my own country, in Italy, we had 68 suicides in 2023. We've already had 8 so far this year. And we have an overcrowding rate of 117.2%, which is amongst the very highest in Europe. So that is why we have to carefully monitor living conditions in prisons and also make sure we have the right instruments to protect and guarantee the rights as well as psychophysical well-being of detainees. And this is no longer just timely but also necessary because inhuman or degrading treatment leads to damage to vulnerable individuals and is in breach of Article 3 of the ECHR. I'd like to flag the plight of an Italian citizen, Ilaria Salis, who is currently being held in a high-security prison in Budapest in Hungary. She is being charged with having attacked 2 neo-Nazis during a neo-Nazi demonstration on the so-called Day of Honor. The Italian Foreign Ministry is looking very closely at the situation. This assembly is a forum for debate, and it is the institutional cradle of the European Convention on Human Rights, and that is why we very much hope that the urgent recommendations of the CPT should be implemented and heeded by states, particularly in which there are still inhumane detention conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Floridia. Next speaker on behalf EPP Group is Mr. Vardanian from Armenia. Mr. Vardanian, please take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dear colleagues, let me first of all congratulate Mr. Evstafio for the brilliant report reflecting all the topical issues of combating torture and addressing the main strategic challenges of our organization in that respect. Absolute, imperative, unacceptable, prohibited, and immoral. These are the adjectives which may be used to describe torture as a phenomenon prohibited under general international law for a long time. But torture is not just prohibited. It's absolutely prohibited under general international law, having status of jus cogens prohibition, with no derogation possible and no justification acceptable. Frankly speaking, for the first time I read the draft resolution and faced some factual events mentioned there, I thought that I am mistaken. And I do not read a contemporary document, but I rather face something which came to me from medieval times. How it is possible in the digital era has such kind of manifestation of torture in the countries members of our organization. But ladies and gentlemen, the absolute prohibition of torture is not just a legal imperative, it is a moral obligation that defines our civilization, our values, our organization, and hence the zero tolerance approach towards torture should be the only option for our assembly. Dear colleagues, despite the existence of numerous international documents on absolute prohibition of torture in universal and European level, torture persists in various corners of the globe, reminding us of the need to continued vigilance and advocacy. We are not naive, believing that torture would be demolished as a social phenomenon entirely. The problem is not in the phenomenon of torture, but rather in a gap existing between international obligations taken and their implementation in practice. We should combat with the culture of impunity, which is one of the main challenges. It is quite alarming that in some countries of the Council of Europe, torture is started to be used in a widespread or systematic manner for the oppression of certain persecuted groups, which amount to the crimes against humanity. Dear colleagues, the Committee on the Prevention of Torture, CPT, is one of the main international instruments combating the torture within the Council of Europe, and its activities should be supported in the widest possible manner, not only by incorporation of these standards in the national legislation, but also providing their full implementation on national level. The automatic publication of all CPT reports, past and present, would be a manifestation of goodwill of all the countries concerned, and would contribute to the elimination of culture of impunity and torture. Last but not the least, we fully agree with the rapporteur that in the digital era, usage of information technologies, video recording and other technologies would serve as a very efficient measure to prevent torture and ill treatment and for giving up the culture of impunity. Let's make digital era as a synonym of era without torture. Thank you so much. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ.
Thank you, Mr. Verdenian. Next speaker on behalf of ALDE group is Mr. Cotier from Switzerland. Mr. Cotier, please take the floor.
Merci, Madame la.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Yesterday, we were talking about whether or not we should use the term barbaric. Torture is, in fact, barbaric. I think these two adjectives may therefore be used. I'd like to thank Mr. Efstatistou for his report. I think it's a really good snapshot of the situation, and it concerns a fundamental value which is at the heart of the activities of this organisation, a legal obligation, often a constitutional obligation, in fact that's mentioned in point 1 of the resolution, and of course an international law positive obligation linked to the European Convention on Human Rights and the Convention on the Prevention of Torture, as well as customary international law. It's become a jus cogens peremptory norm. Therefore, it is very important in terms of our legal systems. In addition to which, we've just listened to Mr. Vardanian, our excellent colleague, who was right to remind us that it's not just a legal obligation, it is also a moral imperative for each and every one of us, for all of us who occupy political office, and for all of our member states, of course, within this organisation, or indeed states parties to the Convention on the Prevention of Torture. It behoves us all. And it's important to recall the responsibility of heads of state and government. In fact, when they met for their 4th summit in Reykjavik in May of last year, they issued a declaration, and again, the rapporteur is quite right to recall what they said in that declaration. Thank you for talking about that at the beginning of your resolution. Heads of state and government were very clear vis-à-vis themselves, vis-à-vis their countries, their governments, their administrations, and also vis-à-vis all the institutions of the Council of Europe. And that includes our Assembly, of course, because ultimately what this is about is human dignity. We must respect
human dignity. It is centre stage in terms of our activities as an organisation. It's also central to our values. So the debate we're having right now and the debate concerning the credentials of Azerbaijan, I think there's a link between the two. Indeed, in terms of the resolution, what we were talking about initially was breaches, violations taking place in Azerbaijan. And the Legal Affairs Committee was, I think, right to extend the debate and to take this opportunity to take a look at which member states have problems in this regard at the moment. And the rapporteur, in his report, was very clear, seeing systemic problems, generalized problems in the Russian Federation, in Azerbaijan, and indeed in Turkey, the three countries mentioned in the report. The Russian Federation, no longer a member state of our organization for the reasons that we know, good reasons, but they were members at the time when this particular report was attributed, and also, of course, the Convention on the Prevention of Torture. So there are obligations that are to be met by the Russian Federation in that regard. We're also talking about some practices which are egregious, horrible. I mean, when you read the report, it's shocking. It's absolutely shocking, the things that we read about, unacceptable practices in countries such as the Russian Federation, you know, the torture that's taking place in that country, and some people being tortured and then forced to torture others, detainees, Azerbaijan as well. I would refer you here to point 6.2 of the draft resolution, which I think is very relevant. And also in Turkey, negative developments there. But there's a note of hope, particularly with regard to the decision of the Constitutional Court. I think the right signals are coming out there in terms of prohibiting torture. So we need to keep an eye on that as well. On behalf of the ALDE Group, I would like to ask the House to support the report, and I thank the rapporteur for the very specific recommendations made in this text. Thank you.
Thank you. In the debate, I'll call the next speaker. It is Mrs. Bayer from Austria. Ms. Bayer, please take the floor.
Ja, herzlichen Dank, Frau Vorsitzende.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam President. Now, before I was elected to the Austrian National Council, I was a member of the provincial parliament of the Greater Vienna area, and so I was actually part of the Law Enforcement Committee, and we tended to regularly visit detention facilities in Vienna and in the neighborhood, and so we had a look at the state of the human rights of those individuals who had been sentenced to a term of imprisonment by a court and had therefore been deprived of their right to freedom. Because you must not forget that detainees still have their human rights. Now, at the level of the Council of Europe, we have, in the shape of the CPT, a really important committee to prevent torture as well as inhumane and degrading treatment. And this report, amongst other things, suggests that there be regular exchanges with the members of the CPT. Now, this is something, in actual fact, that I do with our Austrian member of the CPT on a regular basis. And I think it's very important for us to get feedback in politics so that we can try and fine-tune our lawmaking, our legislation, but also make sure that we have better oversight over enforcement and make sure that the rules are actually respected in prisons and other detention facilities. So I think that the dialogue that is alluded to in the report is extremely important. As well as that, and a point that I would specifically like to support is something that Konstantinos raised in his introduction, namely that the reports need to be made public. I think that that is the only way that we can reach a wider public, make sure that we raise awareness of what is happening, and actually push member states to actually implement the CPT's recommendations. So that is the second point that I would really like to emphasize, namely the CPT's recommendations need to be put into practice because they are extremely valuable and important for people who are in detention and need to be taken extremely seriously. And the third suggestion that I would like to pick Konstantinos up on is that there needs to be cooperation when it comes to future visits of the CPT committees, particularly in the case of Russian Federation, Azerbaijan and Turkey. Those were the cases that were mentioned, and I hope that in other cases, the system works rather better. The prohibition of torture is an absolute one. It is a human right, and that also applies in times of crisis and times of war, and applies to people who are being detained in prison. And it's very sad that we've had to read about all of these abuses, but it's a very good thing. Thank you for the report.
Speaker is Ms. Hoop from Liechtenstein. Ms. Hoop, please take the floor. There is no Ms. Hoop. She's not here. Next speaker is Lord Folks from United Kingdom. Lord Folks, please take the floor.
No. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Madam President. Can I say I greatly welcome this report and congratulate my good friend Konstantinos on a job well done. Can I also welcome, as chair of the Legal Affairs Committee, my colleague Richard Keane, not just from the United Kingdom, but from Scotland. And he's a great advocate and brings a good forensic skill to the chair of the committee, which will be particularly useful in areas like this, where he has a great experience and great knowledge. Human beings we're strange things. We can do some of the finest, most wonderful things in art and literature and music, but also in humanity, in terms of humane actions. And that's why we have the Václav Havel Prize, and we'll be presenting our one for 2024 later this year. But we can also do awful, terrible things. And one wonders why. I trained originally, I didn't practice, but I trained as a psychologist. And I try occasionally to think back as why? How do people do such awful, awful things? And it's very difficult to understand. Group psychology, the gang operation can be part of it. The hatred of other groups and the build-up of that kind of tension between one group and another can lead to some terrible, terrible things. However, we have to recognize that we do that and find some way of dealing with it. And that's why I think the CPT is a wonderful way of dealing with it. It's a part of our work that isn't fully recognized. And I'm very proud that the current chair of the CPT is Dr. Alan Mitchell, who's a friend of mine, also from Scotland, a doctor who does a brilliant job in his work, as well as chair of this committee. And I think we should be proud of the fact that we're doing this. But it isn't well enough known. It's like the whole of the Council of Europe, the whole of the work of the Council of Europe. It's not known well enough in our own countries. And one of the things that we should be doing is spreading the word of this excellent work that is being done, of course, by the Council of Europe as a whole, but by the CPT. So I really do welcome this report. I hope we will talk about it from the rooftops and say that the CPT is doing a brilliant job, but we should give it much greater credit than we do at the moment. It is undervalued, and unfortunately, as a result of that, sometimes its work is not fully understood and appreciated.
Thank you, Lord Folks. Next speaker is Mrs. Roca Ferreira from Portugal.
Thank you, Madam President. Honourable members of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, today I address the concerning allegations of systemic torture and inhuman treatment in places of detention across Europe. That is unacceptable, and I start congratulating this report. because we must prioritize the protection of human rights, ensuring conclusive investigations and accountability to uphold the principles we stand for. Our collective commitment to justice and dignity demands swift action in addressing these distressing reports, fostering a region where human rights are not only proclaimed but actively safeguarded. The sanctity of human rights is the bedrock upon which our Union stands, and any transgressions demand our immediate attention. The reports of abuse and degradation within our places of detention cast a shadow over the principles we champion. So, as custodians of human rights, it is our duty to rectify these grievous lapses in our commitment to justice and compassion. We must reinforce the structures that safeguard the well-being of those in detention, ensuring rigorous oversight and accountability. It is only through a collective and resolute effort that we can reaffirm our dedication to upholding the fundamental rights and dignity of every individual within our borders. Today, let us pledge not only words, but concrete actions to eradicate inhuman treatment and fortify the very foundation of our shared values. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Roja Ferreira. Next speaker is Ms. Vukicevic from Montenegro. Ms. Vukicevic, please take the floor.
Thank you. Dear Chair, dear colleagues, first of all, I would like to thank the rapporteur for the very detailed information he provided in his report. I will focus my address to the situation that has been happening in recent months in Montenegro, the country I represent, and the country that was mentioned in one part of the report as one of those in which complaints about the existence of police torture has been noted. Over the last few months, the public in Montenegro had the opportunity to read hundreds of messages shared between people belonging to criminal clans and members of the police administration concerning developments happening in Montenegro before the change of government in 2020. That correspondence clearly shows the connection between Milo Đukanović's regime and part of the police with criminal activities. Photos that police officers sent to leaders of criminal clans were also published, showing scenes of torture of people who were literally abducted for the sake of criminals. To date, none of those cases have received a judicial epilogue. In the messages that police officers and criminals sent to each other, there is also evidence of the intention to attack MPs before forming the government in 2020. Women parliamentarians were also, among others, target of those attacks, organized with the aim to help the Democratic Party of Socialists and Milo Đukanović to retain power. That same regime, which was obviously in such a way connected with crime, enjoyed the support of various international institutions, which didn't even react to the persecution of opposition leaders that took place in the period before 2020. The police and the judiciary were used as a means of dealing with the opposition at that time, primarily the Democratic Front, which today is the Coalition for the Future of Montenegro. The leaders of the Democratic Front, Milan Knežević and Andrija Mandić, were prosecuted in a false case of alleged terrorism. Moreover, in the messages exchanged with the police officials, the leaders of the criminal clans mentioned an attempt to buy a verdict against the leaders of the Democratic Front. I would like to remind you that the mother of Milan Knežević, the president of the Democratic People's Party and a former member of this assembly, a retired teacher, was arrested after a group of over 20 police officers entered her house in the middle of the night. That provoked no reactions from the Council of Europe nor from any other international addresses. On the contrary, such inaction revealed the existence of double standards and the fact that in this House, as well as other addresses, when it comes to things like this, we usually witness political hypocrisy. In which other way could we possibly explain the international support to that kind of regime in Montenegro until 2020? People who held important positions during the government of Milo Đukanović are now facing trials. The fact is that two former police directors were arrested on charges of serious crimes. Several judges and prosecutors are also in custody, including the former special state prosecutor who played a major role in fabricating evidence against Milan Knežević and Andrija Mandić. The former president of the Supreme Court is also part of this correspondence, which indicates that she directed many lower-ranking judges and prosecutors on how to proceed in certain cases. Among others, the messages she exchanged with the President of the Judicial Council in the case against the opposition leaders are also available and shared with the press. All this happened in Montenegro in the period before the change of government. So I underline that until 2020, Montenegro was a private state in which the police, judiciary, government and crime were closely connected, and everyone closed their eyes on that. Luckily, this government lost the elections, and nowadays Montenegro and its new parliamentary majority are strongly committed to speeding up the pace toward the full membership in the European Union. Nevertheless, I believe that it is very important to talk about past mistakes and actions in order to secure that they do not repeat ever again. To conclude, it is also a message to all of us in the Council of Europe and other organizations that we must react equally to all cases of torture and political persecution without the selectivity that is still present. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vukicevic. Next speaker is Frides from Switzerland. Ms. Frides, you please take the floor.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam President, dear colleagues. I have to confess that I was shocked when I read the excellent report by our Cypriot colleague. I was shocked and appalled. We represent countries which have willingly joined our organization and subscribed to its values of democracy, justice, and respect for the rule of law and human rights. Our countries have also ratified the legal bedrock of the organization, the European Convention on Human Rights. The text has been translated into all languages, and we all know how to read. And when Article 3 of the ECHR says that no one should be subjected to torture or to inhuman or degrading treatment or punishment, strikes me that that's fairly easy to understand and pretty clear. I'm shocked and I am appalled because a number of countries are not meeting their obligations. A prisoner who is sent to prison is deprived of their freedom, and that's all. Not to be subjected to violence or unworthy conditions. Sometimes I think we delude ourselves and we think that our lofty words and fundamental values, we wax lyrical here and we think that this will flourish and be scattered across our countries. It's time we woke up and thank the CPT. The work that it does in the field and its tenacity are admirable. And we need to remind ourselves of the horrors that they are still witness to in some prisons on our continent. And it always seems to be the same countries who are in the dock with allegations of torture, political prisoners, journalists in detention, and refusals to apply ECHR judgments. These member states have accepted the authority of the European Court of Human Rights and CPT visits, and they are therefore obliged to accept its conclusions and recommendations. I think that we ought to agree to the automatic publication of CPT reports, although it's true that if you've nothing to hide, then that is all the easier. And our Assembly should today and in future never compromise on our values. Like the death penalty, torture has no place in Europe.
Speaker is Milon from France. It seems to me the place is empty. Okay. Next speaker is Mrs. Vasilenko from Ukraine. Ms. Vasilenko, please take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I'd like to compliment the rapporteur on the excellent report. He really sheds light on the deplorable fact of torture which is still taking place in Europe in the 21st century. And while the report and the recommendations are absolutely to the point, sadly, I feel a rather important example has been omitted. Russia, as it is rightly highlighted in the report, for years has been disregarding all recommendations to stop practices of torture and degrading treatment in its prisons. About half of all of the torture cases brought before the European Court of Human Rights have been dealing exactly with Russia and its policies of mistreatment of prisoners. As of 2014, the Russian penitentiary system has spread its claws to the territory of Ukraine, where Russia, as the occupying power exercising effective control, has set up a myriad of torture centers and filtration camps. It all started in June 2014 with Izolatia. What was an art center in Ukraine, Russia turned into a military training facility and secret prison. Ukrainians who spoke Ukrainian and chose to openly stay Ukrainian in Russia-occupied Donetsk would be treated in that secret prison with most degrading and disgusting torture methods. Since February 2022, prisons like Izolatia are no longer secret in Russia-occupied Ukraine. They are the norm. People are taken from their homes and detained on fabricated charges, then held in basements of police stations and other administrative buildings, which often are completely unfit to hold humans. The basements of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, too, are being used as a prison, where workers of the power plant who refuse to comply with the orders of the Russian military are held in inhumane deprivation. Overall, it is estimated that between 7,000 and 14,000 people from Ukrainian territories have been illegally arrested and detained by Russia. Ukrainian authorities have unfortunately been able to confirm only 1,600 cases so far, where the names and the locations of the people are known. As for the rest, these people are in the list of missing persons who have gone missing under special circumstances. Russia has denied access to the Red Cross and all other international organizations to its territory, to the places of detention of Ukrainians. And from what we know, Russian authorities have never initiated criminal or any other proceedings against these detainees. The detainees themselves can be grouped in three categories. It's Ukrainian ex-military, veterans, representatives of local authorities, or volunteers, social workers, active members of the civil society. And the prisoners of war is yet another category which is subjected to torture in Russian prisons. Forget about the Geneva Conventions. Russia ignores them or makes look as if it doesn't know they exist. I bring these facts to your attention because they too must be known. They must be documented, spoken of, and they must be used by our Assembly, by the Council of Europe and other organizations to bring the responsible persons to justice and to make sure that these crimes are never again repeated in Europe or beyond. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vasilenko. Next speaker is Lord Griffiths from United Kingdom. Lord Griffiths, please take the floor.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. And I want to thank those who put this report together. It is a prodigious piece of work, horrifying as it is. And whilst it concentrates on Azerbaijan and the Russian Federation and Turkey, it takes us on a whistle-stop tour around many of the countries represented in this assembly and shows just how much work there is still to do. The bestiality of some of the punishments is almost beyond description, and we can only just regret that and with hand on heart promise to activate the conscience of those we meet in order to do better in the future. I'm also touched by the testimonies that have been put forward in the course of this debate that come from places where they have only too direct an experience of the phenomena being described in the report. But I want to just go off-piste a little, and I hope that members of the Assembly will be patient with me. I had most of my hands-on work with people suffering in this way when I lived in the Americas. And I just remember when I was in Montreal at a time when the Canadian government had given an amnesty to all people who are illegally in Canada. And there's quite a lot of conversation going on back here, which is troubling. Can we just ask for a little bit of respect, please? But I wanted to say, as a member of the Migration Committee, that the people I'm concerned about are the people who are detained when they seek refuge in a country not their own, and they are themselves vulnerable to what is not normally defined as torture, but is torture for them, having come from places where they were persecuted and went through difficulties. I remember a man in Montreal faced by an official of the Canadian government who wanted to declare that he was now a free man and legitimately in Canada, and the sight of a policeman's uniform caused him to panic and run. And I believe that we must look at the way in which we handle our immigration systems for those people who themselves are already traumatized, though perhaps not obviously so, for whom torture is being brought face to face with powers that they still consider to be oppressive, dangerous, and threatening. Our migration systems need looking at in that radical way. But I end where I began. This is a penetrating report. It deserves to be widely read. We must shrink in horror from some of the descriptions in it. We congratulate those who put the report together, and let's hope that we can come to a mind as an Assembly to do our bit to try to reverse the tendencies and the phenomena that are so well reported in this document.
Thank you, Lord Griffiths. Next speaker is Mrs. Timgren from Sweden. Ms. Timgren, please take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today's report is informative. The report talks about ongoing torture and bad treatment of prisoners in some European countries. The situation in Turkey and Azerbaijan and Russia are really bad. These actions go against what we agreed in many international deals. Important ones, including our own Council of Europe, Human Rights Convention and our Anti-Torture Convention. We also have the almost 30 years old Committee for Preventing Torture. CPT often visit prisons by surprise. So we must ask, why does this torture still happen? These are acts ignored or just covered up. Could it be they are allowed or even approved in the local level or higher? Could the fact that these countries are in war nearby make their prison system more brutal? We should ask our colleagues from Turkey, Azerbaijan, in the Assembly to find out more suggestions and solutions. Maybe they can help talking with the government involved. The decision to take stronger act was shown in Reykjavik declaration at the Council of Europe for summit in May 2023. Our committee of ministers, our assembly, especially our legal committee and the Court of Human Rights will work closely on this. Wherever we can soon activate a torture-free Europe depend on goodwill for all our countries. By accepting this report, we are at least moving the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Timgren. Next speaker is Mrs. Carvalho from Portugal. It seems to me that his place is empty, so we will move the list on the next speaker. It is Mr. Gavan from Ireland. Ms. Gavan, please take the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to commend the rapporteur for a truly excellent report, and especially the many detailed recommendations for all member states to adopt. Torture and ill treatment continue today to be present in places of detention throughout the world, including in Council of Europe member states. There is a clear gap between the absolute prohibition of this egregious practice and the reality on the ground. In the short time available, I want to focus on three issues. The first is Azerbaijan. The rapporteur makes specific reference to the Turta cases of torture, which happened in 2017. We know that at least 11 soldiers died as a result of the most horrific torture. People were stripped naked, thrown out of windows, beaten with sticks, had their nails pulled out, subjected to electroshock and other forms of extreme torture and humiliation, including the removal of genitals, rape, and threats of rape to family members. It's important to see these cases against the wider backdrop of an extreme authoritarian regime in Azerbaijan. According to Amnesty International, freedom of expression, assembly and association remain severely restricted, with authorities carrying out arbitrary arrests and politically motivated prosecutions of civil society activists and crushing peaceful protests. And for all these reasons, this is why we had to take the decision today to not ratify the credentials of the Azerbaijan delegation. In relation to Turkey, again, the report is very clear that there's been a rise in the use of torture and ill treatment in police custody and prison over the last number of years. There's also the very worrying position of a number of political prisoners and related European Court of Human Rights judgments that the Turkish government still refused to implement. The Kavala case and Demirtas cases, but I want to particularly highlight the case of Abdullah Öcalan. As we approach the 25th anniversary of Mr. Öcalan's imprisonment on the 15th of February, and 3 years in which there has been no communication with him or news about his condition, which will be on the 25th of March, and his 75th birthday on the 4th of April, concern as to his situation only grows. It is the central issue for millions of Kurds who regard him as their leader, and also for those who hope for a resolution to the Kurdish question. An end to this illegal isolation is essential for Mr. Öcalan to be able to play his vital role in negotiations for a peaceful and dignified future for the Kurdish people and for possibilities of democracy in Turkey. Thousands of political prisoners have been on hunger strike since the 27th of November, calling for an end to Mr. Öcalan's isolation. What is happening to Abdullah Öcalan, this horrific isolation, constitutes, in my opinion, torture. It is a stain on Turkey's already worrying record on human rights, and I call on this institution to insist that Turkey address this issue. Öcalan must be free. Finally, I want to raise once again the issue of Julian Assange. When we talk about torture and imprisonment, he is 5 years in solitary confinement in April. His only crime was to reveal war crimes across the world. It is a stain on Britain, and I urge this association to do everything to insist on freedom for Julian Assange.
Thank you, Mr. Gava. Next speaker is Mrs. Gökçen from Turkey. It seems to me that she is not present, and then we will move the list to the next speaker, Mr. Gashi from Assembly of Kosovo. Is Mr. Gashi here? So next speaker is Mrs. Moshenets from Ukraine. Ms. Moshenets, please take the floor.
We are thankful to the rapporteur for raising such a relevant topic. Prisons function as facilities of correcting behavior and changing mindsets, which is why the conditions of detention should help prepare prisoners for a normal life in society with the legal framework. This is incompatible with inhuman treatment, bullying, torture, and intimidation. The situation in the penitentiary system of Ukraine escalated with the full-scale invasion of the Russian Federation. Beatings, murders, transportation to unknown places of detention, and forced granting of Russian citizenship are just some of the systemic human rights violations. There are numerous cases of prisoners being used not only for political pressure, but also as human shields in hostilities. The most brutal manifestation of violence is the killing of prisoners. During the first months of Russian aggression, Ukraine managed to evacuate about 4,500 people from 10 places of detention close to the front line. The prisoners are housed in a penitentiary institution on the territory controlled by Ukraine, which leads to overcrowding and poor detention conditions. Also, the resolutions does not cover the issue of prisoners of war. It is worth emphasizing in the difficult conditions of detention and serious threats to their lives. Western journalists and human rights activists have reported systematic methods of almost non-stop physical and psychological torture of Ukrainian prisoners of war used by Russia. This includes deprivation of medical care, information vacuum, lack of food and clothing, house-alone interrogations, sexual violence, and other forms of inhuman treatment. We are grateful to the international community for recognizing the facts of torture of Ukrainians and call for an active response and cooperation to save lives. Ukraine is confidentially working to improve the conditions of detention and ensure human rights, demonstrating its commitment to the principles that guarantee a dignified attitude towards all persons. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Moshent. Next speaker is Miss Chalot from France. It seems to me that he is not present now. Next speaker is Ms. Yordanova from Bulgaria. Ms. Yordanova, please take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dear colleagues, dear Mr. Evstatiou, great job, thank you. I will speak in favor of the report and the draft resolution. Council of Europe for the last 75 years is a champion for human rights protection. Protection of human life, health and dignity is in the core of our organization. It is intolerable that torture and ill treatment continue to be present in places of detention in Europe. It is high time to act with determination and close the gap between written law and reality in practice. Both the practice of the European Court of Human Rights and the recommendation of CPT are vital guidance for reforms and better protection of all citizens of Council of Europe rights. I fully support the overall effort to persuade our member states to speedily implement the CPT recommendation and the ECHR judgments. And I'd like to share the latest achievement in Bulgaria concerning Velikova group cases after the report was drafted, encountering torture and all forms of ill treatment by police and detention officers. Last year, the Bulgarian Parliament adopted 2 landmark reforms in this respect, and those 2 reforms were because of the ECHR judgment and the CPT recommendations. The offence of torture was established as a crime punished by imprisonment from 1 to 6 years, and if the crime was committed by an official, the sentence might go up to 8 years. The other reform addresses a number of cases where, unfortunately, prosecutors refuse to initiate criminal proceedings against a police officer or detention officer. Therefore, procedure for judicial review of the prosecutor's refusal to open criminal proceedings was introduced in the law. And it was a long-awaited reform aiming to overcome possible reluctance of a prosecutor to initiate criminal proceedings because of working relationship with the suspect. We're also working on a new legislation that will introduce an obligation for a police officer to wait body video cameras in cases where force might be used, police interviews and interrogations, road policing, demonstrations policing, etc. It is, in our view, that appropriate record keeping is a safeguard against potential ill treatment and an important source for information and evidence in case of police violence investigations. I will support the resolution. It urges member states to take adequate measures to ensure that everyone is safe and his or her health and life are protected during any period of detention, that the prohibition of torture and other forms of ill treatment is fully embodied in our legislation and it is dutifully observed by our law enforcement bodies in their everyday work. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yordanova. Next speaker is Mr. Paisley from United Kingdom. He is not present. So next speaker is Ms. Polidori from Italy. She is not present too. So next speaker is Mr. Schenach from Austria. Mr. Schenach, please take the floor.
Thank you very much. Herzlichen Glückwunsch.
First of all, I would like to congratulate the rapporteur. It's an excellent report. 35 years now that I've been working closely with inmates in a professional capacity And also, of course, within the Council of Europe, I have been working on this issue, and I visited countless prisons as part of my mandate here. Also in Serbia recently as part of the electoral observation mission. So the issue that we're addressing here is a very important one, and our rapporteur is absolutely right to flag this. This is about human rights, it's about human dignity, it's about reintegration into society. If a state has prisoners in places of detention, then that state has an obligation to protect these detainees. For 7 years, I was rapporteur for Azerbaijan, and time again, I really tried to get this point across. I know the situation regarding places of detention in Azerbaijan, but I also know other examples. For instance, prison number 13, which is the central prison in Moldova. I know that as well. And at the time, I was a member taking part in a mission for the Council of Europe. I gave a press conference on that occasion, and I said that that prison did not actually comply with human dignity and should have been shut down, is what I said at the time. Anyway, in terms of the Council of Europe, it has been said here that prisons should be built in compliance with human dignity and in compliance with human rights. And let's never forget that, how important that principle is. In a way, it's quite unique that we should have this stance here in terms of the Bank of the Council of Europe and the organisation itself. Now, another point that I would like to make is this. A prison isn't there to lock people away, to shut them away. No, a prison is there to reintegrate people into society. That should be the guiding principle. It's always about rehabilitation, reintegration, making sure that people can come back into society and live fully in society. And again, I refer back to Azerbaijan. I tried to get this point across time and time again. For instance, you must make sure that young offenders are separated from other criminals, other detainees. Young offenders, young detainees have special needs. That needs to be taken into account. For instance, they should be provided with vocational training opportunities. Vocational training, if I can get vocational training in a place of detention, it means that subsequently, once I am released, I am able to reintegrate into the society. Also, the rapporteur mentioned something else, and this is something we've seen ourselves, cases of torture. Obviously, that is wholly unacceptable, unconscionable. It is an absolute violation of human rights. And therefore, whenever we speak about torture, whenever we speak about something so egregious, then that can never be deemed acceptable, certainly not before a court of law. In terms of the CPT, I have worked together with the CPT, for instance, when it came to Hell on Earth. I think you know the prison, Kobustan in Azerbaijan, Hell on Earth, and I can tell you that the work being done by the CBT is absolutely crucial, and all of their reports should be made public. Thank you.
Next speaker is Mr. Bezashvili from Georgia.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, I express my sincere gratitude for the opportunity to address you today. Nevertheless, I address you with deep concern as I draw your attention to the alarming health condition of the third president of Georgia, Mikhail Saakashvili. Today, Mr. Saakashvili faces health challenges while unfairly held on politically motivated charges. If truth be told, he is being punished today for his dedication to fostering democracy, combating corruption, and creating historical precedent of transferring power through democratic elections by the today's oligarchy government of Georgia. A recent report from the CPT highlighted his declining health at a severe risk due to the government's refusal to provide proper medical care. In line with our commitment to justice and human rights in a democratic society, we must not overlook Mr. Saakashvili's situation, who was targeted of inhuman and degrading treatment both during the detention in prison as well as in medical clinic, and allegedly had been poisoned following the transfer from the prison hospital to civilian clinic. Beyond his case, we must address the broader issue of diminishing democratic values and the misuse of legal systems for political purpose. Many view Misha's case as a consequence of his opposition to the Kremlin and his dedication to democracy, essentially making him a personal prisoner of Putin. Given these urgent circumstances, I ask the committee, how does it perceive Mikhail Saakashvili's case and what actions can be taken to ensure justice prevails and his basic human rights are respected? Let our voice united in advocating for justice, the release of Mikhail Saakashvili and other political prisoners, and the assurance that fundamental human rights are upheld without compromise. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bezashvili. Next speaker is Ms. Kern from France. It seems to me that he's not present. Next speaker is Mr. Sanchez Garcia from Spain. Mr. Sanchez Garcia, please take the floor.
Sí, muchas gracias. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam President. It seems to me that all the member states of the Council of Europe and all those of us who meet in this chamber, all those who form part of this parliamentary assembly, well, we're all, of course, opposed to torture and inhuman or degrading treatment or punishment. Not only because our states have signed up to international conventions in this regard, not only because of that, but also because it really is a fundamental issue. We're talking here about respect for human beings and elementary principles of justice. Now, I've read the report that is being tabled before the House today for our deliberations, for our discussions here in this Assembly, and I would like to refer to the text up to point 6, including point 6. I take note of the fact that, we don't necessarily have a systemic practice here of torture or inhuman and degrading treatment in the 3 countries that are mentioned in the report. We're talking about the Russian Federation, Azerbaijan, and Turkey. But there is a recommendation. I mean, there are subsequently some recommendations, some initiatives addressed to member states of the Council of Europe, and also, in fact, some that deal with countries that, are supposed to abide by certain standards, use Corgan's peremptory norms, for instance, in matters of torture. But again, I come back to the report itself. I can't see a systematic practice or systemic practice in this report, as I've just argued. That's one thing. Secondly, I've listened to the debate carefully, and I'm a little bit suspicious, I have to confess, having heard what's been said. Because I heard, for instance, one speaker from the Socialist group talking about a case in Hungary. It seems to me, I know we're always talking about member states, but we always seem to be talking about the same member states with the same ideological stance. Also, Mr. Gavin talked about Mr. Öcalan in Turkey, another example, it seems to me. Therefore, I'm a little bit perplexed by this report. I'm a bit puzzled. And again, I reiterate my initial point, namely that all our member states surely are opposed to this kind of practice. I'm afraid I'm going to have to abstain in the vote regarding the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez Garcia. And because on the list we have only 2 speakers, I propose that hear both of them. So the next speaker is Ms. Castel from Spain. Ms. Castel, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Let me thank Mr. Efstatiu for this important report and for reminding us that torture and ill treatment continues to be present in places of detention in Council of Europe soil. In some member states, in fact, torture is systemic, like in Turkey, as the report emphasizes. Dear colleagues, in fact, just an example of Turkey. Despite several reports and recommendations by the European Committee for the Prevention of Torture and several judgments by the European Court of Human Rights, Abdullah Öcalan's rights to defense has been severely violated for the last 25 years. 25 years. That is systemic. Öcalan and the 3 other prisoners on the Imrali Island prison have not had any contact with the outside world, not even with their lawyers, from almost 3 years ago. They are subjected to a strict incommunicado regime, which constitutes a violation of the European Conventions on Human Rights. The aggravated life imprisonment did not exist in Turkish law, but this regime targeted Öcalan specifically and was first imposed on him. In 2014, the court ruled that this aggravated life imprisonment with no parole constituted a violation of Article 3 of the Convention. Some months ago, I took part of a mission in Turkey whose main focus was on political prisoners and conditions to which they were subjected, including Öcalan. And we were informed that this aggravated life imprisonment sentence has been applied to thousands of prisoners in a systemic way. It is crystal clear that isolation prison regime on Imrali has been introduced throughout Turkey, thus serving as a model for an entire prison system in the country, using Imrali as a laboratory of the worst prison practices. No other regime that we know of has implemented long-term stoppage of letters, phone calls, visits, or any other form of outside communication. Not even in Guantanamo or Robben Island or in the H blocks of Northern Ireland in the 70s and 80s. The United Nations Human Rights Committee told Turkey some months ago to allow the prisoners unrestricted access to the lawyers, but this has had no effect. We should agree that this incommunicado imprisonment requires condemnation from human rights bodies such as this Assembly. To conclude, it was the clear understanding of all those we met, were representatives of human rights organizations or were political representatives, that there could be no real democratization in Turkey if the Kurdish question is not resolved, and that an absolute precondition for a peace process to be resumed is that the isolation of Öcalan must be ended and he must be released, returning to a democratic solution to the Kurdish question. Dear colleagues, neutrality in the face of violation of rights and freedoms is equivalent backing the perpetrator. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Castella. And the last speaker from the list and in this debate is Mrs. Mkanadze from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you for providing this exceptional opportunity. It's really important to have a possibility to speak in front of this important audience. Just to start with some figures, since 2013, when government has changed in Georgia, we have achieved really significant improvements in the penitentiary system of the country. My colleague, a few minutes ago, has been defining a case of Saakashvili, former president, who created a system of torture and inhuman degrading treatment in prisons. And I can give you some figures which are officially known worldwide, that in 2012, when he was a president, the number of prisoners were 25,000, and it was 3.7 million population, which amounted to 676 prisoners per 100,000 inhabitants. It was top 1 in Europe and in top 5 in the world. And Georgia, during 2006-2012, during his presidency, has lost 40 cases on the basis of the applications of the prisoners on the breach of the Article 3 of the European Convention. What is the situation after 2013? We only have every year average of prisoners of 9,500, so 2.5 times less. From 2013, zero, I want to underline, zero applications from prisoners on a breach of Article 3 on violation of their rights to the European Court of Human Rights. And I want to bring some information from the CPT reports from 2014-2018 that combating prison overcrowding and improving material conditions and healthcare services in prisons are underway. The delegation received no allegations of ill treatment of inmates by staff of the visited prison institution. In addition, it should be stressed that the delegation did not receive any direct allegations of inter-prisoner violence in the establishments. The CPT in 2018 noted further improvements in prison access to both primary and secondary health care, as well as a further significant improvements in the prevention and treatment of infectious diseases such as tuberculosis, HIV, and hepatitis in all prisons. As regards to what has been said by my colleague, last week on 18th of January, the CPT has published its ad hoc visit report on the human rights situation in the civil hospital, which was named by my colleague as that not providing adequate medical treatment. The delegation, I'm citating from this report, heard no allegations of ill treatment of patients by staff working on the 3 secure wards of the clinic. The atmosphere appeared to be relaxed, and several patients spoke positively of both the healthcare and custodial staff. Material conditions in the secure part of the clinic were on the whole adequate, as could indeed be expected from a healthcare facility. All prisoners transferred to the secure wards of the clinic had consented to being treated there, and that in their overwhelming majority they expressed satisfaction with the treatment received. They had access to a wide range of somatic treatments provided by the clinic's numerous doctors and other medical professionals. At the same time, we have just adopted a new code of imprisonment, which entered into force since 1st January, providing wide resocialization activities for inmates and their access to the outside world. These positive observations provided by the CPT in its report clearly reflect the spirit of the government of Georgia to respect the rights of prisoners, as well as the quality of treatment and healthcare services provided to inmates. Thank you.
Thank you. All members on the speakers list who have been present have been able to speak, so we will not have the solution to submit electronically any materials. So I call now Mr. Evstatiou to reply to the debate. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, all of you, for your contribution to this discussion, which is a very sensitive issue. Yes, I can say that isolation is, according to the European Court of Human Rights and Judgments and the CPT, a method of ill treatment, if not torture. The deprivation of freedom must be limited only to that and not extended beyond that limit. This is a principle which everybody, every single state must obey. Yes, the use of technology against torture is something which we have to proceed with. There is a moral obligation, not only a legal one, towards our human beings. And yes, respecting human beings, we respect our own human dignity. According to the CPT recommendations, yes, this must be taken into account. This is why we suggest that these recommendations and the reports must be published. I fully agree that torturing has nothing to do with the nature of human beings, and vulnerability renders this awful crime even worse. We welcome Bulgaria's response to the European Court of Human Rights judgment, which is something which I endorse. And I would like to finish with something which is true. Depriving someone's freedom is by itself and its nature something bad, which does not coincide with or agree with our nature as human beings. This is why we have to be very firm when challenging and refusing torturing. You know, in our planet, there are hundreds of species, thousands, hundreds of thousands of species. There is only one species which tortures the other species, and this is the human beast. So we have to fight this dark side of the mankind by enlightening our society with the absolute prohibition of torture. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Efstathiou. Lord Keane, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. Our Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights adopted this report in June last year. The report is based on a motion of resolution tabled by our committee, which was merged with another reference sent to us by the Bureau called Cases of Torture and Inhumane Treatments in Azerbaijani Prisons. We held a hearing with the president of the CPT, Dr. Alan Mitchell, as well as with two experts from Russia, one of whom, a former prisoner, gave us an insight into the cases of torture in Russian prisons, which had been leaked by an organization called Gulag.net. Our rapporteur, Konstantinos Efstathiou, also met with family members and lawyers of victims of torture in the so-called Turta cases, of which we've already heard, during his fact-finding visit to Azerbaijan in 2022. I would like to thank the rapporteur for his excellent work. The report itself refers to some particular countries and cases as examples, but it is not country-specific. It addresses recommendations to all member states and pleads for better coordination between all Council of Europe bodies, including PACE, the Court, and the CPT. I take note in particular of the invitation to our committee to hold exchanges in the future with national delegations of those countries which have been found to have systematic or structural problems of torture or ill treatment on the basis of CPT reports and on the basis of the Court's judgments. We will therefore, as a committee, continue to follow closely the CPT and the Court in this area in order to be able to react to any possible warnings of structural problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Keane. We will proceed to the vote after I announce the results of the election of the Council of Europe Commissioner for Human Rights. Total number of members voting, 215. Number of spoiled or blank ballot papers, 4. Number of valid votes, 211. Absolute majority of the votes cast. The votes were cast as follows. Mrs. Meglena Kuneva, 70 votes. Mr. Manfred Novak, 37 votes. Mr. Michael O'Flaherty, 104 votes. So Mr. O'Flaherty, having obtained a majority of votes cast, is elected Council of Europe Commissioner for Human Rights for a term of office of 6 years. We wish him all the best. And now I will announce the results on the election of a judge to the European Court of Human Rights for Bulgaria. It is the second round we had today. Total number of members voting, 214. Number of spoiled or blank ballot papers, 13. Number of valid votes, 201. Absolute majority of the votes cast, 101. The votes were cast as follows. Mrs. Diana Petrova Kovacheva, 115. Mrs. Galia Valkova, 73. Mr. Dragomir Yordanov, 13. So, Mrs. Diana Kovacheva, having obtained a majority of votes cast, is elected judge of the European Court of Human Rights for a term of office of 9 years, which shall commence not later than 3 months after her election. we congratulate her.
Now we pass to the vote. This is to answer.
Now we pass to the vote.
Okay. Dear colleagues, now we will consider the amendments on draft resolution. And I inform you that the Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights has presented a draft resolution to which 7 amendments and 2 sub-amendments have been tabled. I remind members of the Assembly that speeches on amendments are limited to 30 seconds. So I understand too that the chairperson of the Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights wishes to propose that amendments 1 and 3 to the draft resolution or document 15868, which were unanimously approved by the committee, should be declared as agreed by the Assembly. Is that so, Lord Keane?
That is correct, President.
Does anyone object? If so, please ask for the floor by raising your hand. There is no objection, so the amendments will be taken. Because there is no objection, I declare that amendments 1 and 3 to the draft resolution have been agreed. So I understand that the Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights also wishes to propose that amendments 7, 4, and 6 to the draft resolution, which were rejected by the committee with a 2/3 majority, be declared as rejected. Is that so, Lord Keane?
That is again the case, President. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If no one objects, does anyone object? There is no objection, so I consider the amendments that amendments 7, 6, and 4 are rejected and will not be called. We will now consider the remaining amendments individually. The amendments will be taken in the order in which they appear in the compendium. Speeches on amendments are limited to 30 seconds. Okay. Now we come to amendment number 5, to which a sub-amendment has been tabled. Would any member like to support amendment 5? No one supports amendment 5. So now we come to the. Okay. Now we come to amendment number 6. Would any member like to support amendment 6? Yes, okay, yeah. Which page? Okay.
With respect, President, it's amendment 2.
Okay, sorry. Now we come to amendment 2, to which a sub-amendment has been tabled. I first call Mrs. Mezentseva to support amendment 2. You have 30 seconds. Mrs. Mezentseva.
Yes, dear Chairwoman, thank you very much. Thank you to the committee. We have suggested to insert in the paragraph 8.17 the following paragraph, and I cite it: cooperate with the Council of Europe Development Bank to contribute to the implementation and possible financial support of the prisons, infrastructure reform projects in member states which are aimed at first, preventing torture and inhumane or degrading treatment inflicted in places of detention, and second, fulfilling prevent CPT recommendations. Thank you, dear Chairwoman.
Thank you, Mrs. Mezentseva. Now I call Mr. Evstatiou, reporter, to support the sub-amendment.
Yeah. Yes, the sub-amendment is I'm in favor, and the written sub-amendment is just to delete the words torture and, because this awful compartment is not limited only to torture. Thank you.
Thank you. What's the opinion of Ms. Mezentseva?
Thank you, dear Chairwoman. Thank you, Committee. Yeah, in the sake of having a majority and in fact that not only tortures are applicable, we can agree to the sub-amendment of the Committee. I think it will be more inclusive. Thank you.
Thank you. And the Committee approved this sub-amendment, so...
That is correct.
Thank you. Now, I shall now put the sub-amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. The sub-amendment is agreed. So now we come to the main amendment 2, as amended. Mrs. Mezentseva has already spoken. Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment? What's the opinion of the committee?
We are content and in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. 63 in favor, no one opposite, no one abstained. So amendment 2 is agreed to. Now we will proceed to vote on the draft resolution contained in document 15880 as amended. A simple majority is required. The vote is open now. The vote is closed. I call for the result. The draft resolution in document 15880 is adopted with 66 votes in favor and 1 abstained. Thank you very much. Thank you, committee, and thank you, rapporteur, and thank you, all of you. So I inform you that the Assembly will hold its next public sitting tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. with the agenda which was adopted on Monday. I would like to remind members who are leaving the session after today to return their voting cards to the dedicated box at the entrance to the chamber before departing the palace. The sitting is adjourned. Thank you very much.